Welcome in, everybody. Give it just a second. Let folks come in for the evening. Welcome to the Seller Help Show. We do a community show every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Sorry if last week you came in and I wasn't here. I took the week off, just to be quite honest with you. Hadn't done that in 7 months, and I had some friends host one a few weeks ago, but that's the first one I've missed in months, and we just needed. I was kind of on some family time there, so sorry for missing you guys last week. We are normally always here on Wednesday nights at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. If you've never been here before, my name is Brock. Our chat is open. Tonight is topic night. Once a month, we go over a whatnot topic that is given to us and we talk about it. And so we will go over that initially, and then it'll become an open chat. We host, we answer questions. Let me get through that real quick, and then it'll pretty much be open chat. Okay. Again, welcome in, welcome in. My name's Brock. Nice to see all you guys. And tonight's thing is show setup. So we're going to go through show setup once some more people come in this room. Share something with you guys real quick. This is a new tool that just came out that a lot of you probably have no idea is available. So if you're thinking about becoming a seller, you're already a seller, go play with this. Okay. Copy and paste that, bookmark this page. It's a great little tool that Whatnot has created for its community. Kind of give you some idea of adding just an extra 30 minutes to your show, how it can improve your sales across the platform. Okay. Neat little tool that a lot of you don't know about. Go in there, take a look at that real quick. I'll give it a few minutes. Lots of people come and going. Tonight is not about sales. I'm not trying to push anything on anybody, not trying to sell anything. Again, I just ended a show, did about 200 and something lots about 30 minutes ago. And so you get to see the raw office after a show. Okay. Was on for about 5 or 6 hours, a couple hundred lots, made a few $1,000s for the day, selling neckties. So, hi, how you doing, Cheryl? Nice to see you. Again, as you come in, look at my bin. My bin is set up for new sellers or anybody that wants to know what I use or how do I utilize it. It's there. That is what my bin is set up for, is Wednesday nights. I don't do anything else, as far as there might be a few weird items in there, but mostly all the utensils, items that I use in every show are in there. Again, one of the best tools I use is this little glass eye magnification that I put on my phone. It forces the eye on your phones to look through these lenses, and so I have a lot less um, blurriness in my show. This is if you get anything, and then it enables me to really zoom in on things. We'll show you that after we do our little whatnot topic. Okay. Yes. Yes. And actually, when you get that, you'll get an extra piece. It's not shown in the picture, but you get an extra tray with that. Again, my bin is set up as like an encyclopedia. Okay. I don't claim. I'd love for you to buy it from me, of course. Um, you know what I'm saying? But it is a wealth of information. It is always there, so you can come in and say, "What does Brock use? How do you, what's he? How's he shipping? These are the bags he uses. These are the boxes he uses. This is the lights, the turntable. It's all there, down to my rulers. Um, Everything I utilize is in that. Thank you so much, Plata Reyes, for your raid. We appreciate you. Sammy from Plata Reyes, under 1 day shipping, has sold about 4,000 items, has 1.2 thousand followers. Next show is tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. Jewelry for every occasion. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And so, it's all in there. Again, do I mark it up to cover my whatnot fees? Absolutely. But I still have some very competitive pricing. Some of those items you can't even get for what's in my bin. Okay. I lose the money on a couple of those that I haven't changed, but it's very, very much set up for you guys. Again, tonight's show is about show setup. So I'm going to pick up the phone. I'm going to walk out of my office and I'm going to walk in my office and show you how it's set up. I don't really need to read the whatnot because I know how and what you should be doing. Okay. And so I'm sure that we're on the same page as far as our show setups. And everybody has a different little bit of a setup. I will tell you that from Whatnot's ideal setup is they're gonna say great lighting, clean space, organization, comfortable situation, whether it be comfortable shoes, comfortable chair, right? Those are very important things because you as a seller want to be comfortable. And if you're miserable, people are going to know it. They're going to hear it in your voice, in your persona. And so, as you get going as a seller, make sure that you're taking care of yourself. It's very important. Music, whatever your standard is and whatever makes you comfortable is important. So, great shoes, seat cushion, a good chair, good music. You know what I'm saying? Those are all important aspects and part of your show setup. And so make sure that you're covering those bases. Okay. Organization, have all the things you need to run a show. Okay. Whether it be markers or pens or stickers or numbers or lights. Thank you so much. Again, I will step out of my office. I'll walk into my office and show you my setup. I think it's very important. Again, you got people working out of storage lockers, you got people working out of estates, you got people sitting in their office doing exactly what I do. Room, make sure that you're able to move around, you're not tripping over stuff. You want to be able to run things fairly fast. Um, Delay in time will definitely cost you customers. People like, in general, a fast paced show. So be ready to rock and roll. Okay. And if your setup is not set up for you to be able to do that, you need to create that room. Okay. If it takes you 10 minutes to find something, you are going to really, really lose a lot of customers. People want that 15 seconds rock and roll or less. You know what I'm saying? Comfy shoes. Whatnot probably doesn't say that, but that's my opinion. Um, Belly aching is a lot of people utilize that is to create sympathy. You know what I'm saying? I don't do that. I let things just rock and roll. I can't stand a show, honestly, from my own personal opinion, is oh my goodness, I lost money or the belly aching. Like I just can't do it. A lot of people utilize that as belly aching as a sympathy to the customer base. I just don't do it. I'm not interested. Thank you so much, Army Brat Forever, for your raid. Appreciate you. This is Carrie. She has a 5.0 rating, 633 items sold, 1.4 thousand followers tomorrow at 10 p.m. Watches and more. Love the chicken. All right, so that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. Listen, my house is full of animals. Okay. I did not kill the bison. Deer, yes, but I did not. I just absolutely love him. It does. I personally believe, again, I didn't write the algorithm. Okay. So I don't know exactly what all the different aspects and how traffic is driven. But I will tell you that I teach from a personal aspect. Again, I am not a whatnot employee. Everything I say is coming from me, my mods, or the room. And so if I ever say the word we, it is not from whatnot. It is from my own personal opinion, unless I'm reading something directly from them. A little tool that I want to show you and should answer your question. Whatnot just put this out here. And so reading into this, it shows you after 2 hours the amount of traffic that start the numbers, the calculations by just running an extra 30 minutes after 2 hours. Play with that calculator right now, and that's put out by Whatnot. um, and so I teach 7 things. Again, we're going to walk out of here and walk back in. I'll show you my office and all the different things I utilize. Again, show setup. 7 things that I feel like have helped me successfully. I've been on the app for a little over a year. We did over $350,000 in sales. We will double that number this year. Uh, you know, 7 things, write them down. One, have an over 2 hour show. These are all things that I think really drive traffic to a room. Okay. One, again, have an over 2 hour show. Two, people clicking on the screen, creating activity. Okay. Again, if you go into Whatnot and you look, there's 2 little boxes, and one of them says Premier Sellers. The other one says Momentum Shows. Well, what does the word momentum mean? And so if Whatnot's pulling you, saying, hey, listen, this is a momentum sell, what does that mean? The word momentum means going forward. So that could mean sales, activity in your room. You're selling stuff. Whatnot's going, oh my goodness, they're selling stuff. We want to throw people in there, right? They're making money. They're making their 11, 12% off every sell. Okay. Again, break down those numbers for you. It's 8% plus 2.9% plus 30 cents per transaction. Okay. So sales, tapping on the screen, conversation, becoming a premier seller. You'll save a little bit of money on your sales. Okay. It drops to 7.2% if you become a premier seller. Again, 7.2, 2.9, and 30 cents per transaction. So there's another one. There's 2 paid options you can do too. You can do an hour, or you can do up to the duration, or excuse me, you can do a 15-minute promotion, or you can do um, the 1 hour up to the entire show. And so those are 2 paid options that will drive, and it'll give you some calculations, cost per hour, and then cost per 15 minutes. And that's all dependent on who else has bought promotions on the app at that point in time. Certain hours a day, it'll be a lot cheaper than other hours. So check into that. So 1, 2, tapping, talking, sales, 2 hour show, becoming a premier seller, um, the 2 paid promotions. There's 7, and there's a couple other ones that I'll think about, but those are the 7 I talk about. Again, that is my personal opinion as to how the algorithm works and drives traffic to certain rooms. Again, realize that traffic can be driven to your room. It's like leading a horse to water, but you cannot make the horse drink. Okay. It is up to you as a seller to capture those customers when they come in and sell them something. Okay. Very, very important. Okay. So let me cover some things. Got off on a little bit here. This is show setup night. This is a whatnot topic covered for this month. And so what we are going to show you is my setup. Okay. I'm going to pick up the phone. I'm going to turn it around. I'm going to show you my office. You will get to see everything. Okay. Again, I just ended a show 30 minutes ago, sold 200 lots, was on for about 5 or 6 hours. And so you're getting to see kind of the raw setup here. And I think that's important. I don't want to sit here and set something up and it not be exactly how I have it set up. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, right? Pretty much. I want you to see a raw setup of what my office looks like. Okay. Show setup. Make sure you have all your tools in your tool bag. If you're a plumber, if you're a contractor, you mow lawns, you can't mow the lawn if you don't have a weed eater or a mower, right? Same thing in a show. Can't really do a show if you don't have lights. Okay. You don't have all the tools you need to perform and do your job correctly. So it's important that you have all the tools. So make sure that you have your ruler, you have your marker, you have your stickers, whatever it is you need. And also be thinking about once you are done. Don't be unprepared. You need to get things shipped out fairly quickly, within a day, preferably 2 days at max. So make sure you have your boxes, make sure you have your tape. Okay. Be prepared. Have all your tools in your tool chest. All right. Let's do this real quick. And then when we will open it up, if you are thinking about becoming or you would like to co-host tonight, tell us about yourself, show us your show. When your next show is, let me ask you a few questions. I'd love to do so. It's a great time. There's 39 people in here. So, you know what I'm saying? And if you are another host on the platform, holler out if you're in the show. I'd love to talk to you, co-host with you even. So I normally work out of my office. Okay, it's a small area. It's my comfort zone. I can close the doors off from the rest of the world. Okay, no kids, no dogs, nothing. Somebody comes to my doorbell. There's nothing going on. Okay. Um, it's my comfort zone. Okay. You don't need a big room. You don't need a warehouse. Okay. You don't need any of that crazy stuff. To begin this, just work out of a room, a bedroom in your house, an office in your house, maybe a garage space. Okay. Needs to be comfortable. Rent you a little, if you want to get, rent you a little storage locker somewhere. Do it out of there. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to even shut the doors. Okay. Here we go. Show setup. Okay. So this is my office. You walk in the house. Okay. I'm sorry, but I just ended the show. These are all my orders. Again, if you don't know, I go in numerical order. Okay. Have these little bins. So when I go to do shipping, it's super easy, super fast. Okay. Again, I go in numeric order. So when I go to pull orders, there's 8, 9, 10, 7. Okay. I fill up a box, I put it behind me. You got Momo's bed. Trash can is very important. Okay. Staying organized means staying clean. Okay. Behind me, I have all kinds of product. Okay. Bins and bins and bins. If an item does really well, guess what? I want to be able to find something similar and maybe wait a couple auctions and run another one. You know, if you sell something for $50 and you're like, listen, this is what's bringing money, have some more available. Again, this is kind of messy right here because I've got ties everywhere. I have a giveaway box. So I'm constantly pulling giveaways out of boxes. Okay. Giveaway box. I spend thousands of dollars on giveaways. That is how I got so many followers so fast. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. You know, I buy mystery boxes and I throw it all in here off Whatnot. I give away crazy stuff. Anything from Easter tablecloths to Comcast to whatever these ugly things are to who knows what's in here, earphones. People love free stuff. Again, giveaways. I abide by all state and federal regulations. Whatnot states on their terms of service, they are not liable for giveaways. And so there are state and federal regulations per state. So make sure you're abiding by those. You read the rules and regulations, maybe create you something where you can send people. In my state, I have to supply that information or make it available. So I created a doc where anybody can look at it. Okay. Giveaways. Next to me, I have a pile of stuff. Okay. Constantly running. These are the envelopes I use. Okay. Right here next to me. I make it easy. I don't want to be having to go back here and reach and find. Listen, pull an envelope, put a number on it, or a poly bag. Down below me on my right, I have my poly bags. In case something's super big, I throw it in a poly bag, put the number on it. Okay. Drawers. I have scales, my cards, anything that I think I might need, battery charger just in case, right? Got pliers, I've got a scratch pad. My printer sets right here next to me, ZP450, it's in my store. Okay. Cold drink. You're talking a lot. I do 22 and a half hour show. Listen, I need a cold drink. My vocal cords, my body needs a drink. I use the computer. Okay. That's the brains of the operation. My phone does all the picturing. My computer does all the brain work. Okay. I have several lights. Again, natural light is great during the day. If you get any kind of natural light, part of my setup too is listen, I try not to get too distracted, but listen, I've got some little hummingbirds. I've got some birds, some cardinals. I like to watch those guys. I got a magnifying light. I got a little, right, stand, turntable. I'm always changing my background. Couple overheads. Now, do you need all this? Absolutely not. But as you grow, you're like, listen, I'd like a little light here. All you really need is one good light. Again, in my office, as you can tell, my name is Disabled Vet. I have an issue with lights. And so all the lights in my house are a dim light. So on camera, it's not as bright. It doesn't. So I have to have some, and they're not in my face. I'm able to point them away from me. Okay. Little stand light. I made this myself. It fits my need. I'm doing something. I'm like, listen, that's got a shadow, or I need a little extra light here. I'm able to like play with that light a little bit. Next week, it'll be inside there. But I wanted to be able to pick it up and like, you know what I'm saying? Took an O-ring light, a ring light, took it apart. Okay. Found me a laptop stand, super heavy, right? It's not going to go anywhere. I push this, it's not going to fall. Okay. Yeah, I know. I should patent it, copyright it, sell it. Right. An O light, ring light above my show. Over here, I have a little turntable. You put some stuff on there. It's good background scenery. Okay. So you kind of get the gist here. So I pick up, as soon as I sell it, put it in an envelope. Goes right over here into the box to my left. Fill the box up, and it goes behind me, ready for shipping. Numeric order. Show setup. And this is complicated. This is more complicated than most. You don't have to be as complicated as this. Have your lights, have your ruler, have all your tools that you feel like you need in order to do your show. Your comfort is important. Okay. Start with you. Okay. Um, Start with you. I stay very organized, and I think you do. So what happens is I want to be able to run a show, and anybody can walk in my office and ship. One of my kids, my wife. If I'm organized, it makes their life so much easier. Okay. It makes their life so much easier. So stay organized. Consignments. I have a little section for consignments. There's more out there too. All the lenses. Bought all those for you guys. They are so hard to get. If you go right now and try to find one of these on another platform, you're going to pay double, triple. Okay. I've got a ton of them just for you guys. Number one tool I can tell you. Okay. Sets here. Every show I have this turned on. I have this on my phone, and I'll show it to you. Again, my stand. Have your chargers. Okay. Ready to plug in. Keep a little light here. I want to turn the light off. Okay. You guys don't all see that. My black light, my bracelets, sizers. Okay. Have all your tools you need going right into the stand here. Little turntable. There you go. How this works, just to show you. Best thing you'll, if you don't buy it from me, go get one. I don't care where you get it. Okay. Just simply fits right over. Okay. And people say, oh, it doesn't work for your phone. It works for every phone. Just put it over your eye, just like that. Make sure all three eyes or two eyes or one eye is in there. What happens is you are forcing that phone eye to look through this magnification. You might have to adjust it a little bit. Okay. Every phone is equipped with the zoom option. Okay. You put it on there, you might have to go in and figure it out. Okay. As far as how do I zoom on my phone? Go YouTube it and watch it. But see what I'm doing? I'm forcing the eye to look through, and so I don't have all the blurriness and craziness. Okay. Every show I have this on. Just put it on that fast. Now watch. Has a silver mark. Anything like that. It's an amazing little tool. You want to show the details of something. It will. Anything that has touch screen and a pad on it. Anything that has a touch screen or a pad on it, it works. Again, simply, I mean, your cameras are amazing. Don't get me wrong, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Sometimes you're like, you gotta see people holding stuff up in front of their hands because they're getting all the blurriness. Let me move my phone down just a little bit here. You'll see people going because they have the blurriness. They're like, oh, I got to put my hand behind it so it's not so blurry, right? You're forcing the lens to look through there all together, and so you don't need that anymore. Okay, and that's why that tool is. Everybody's like, listen, my phone is great. Yeah, I get it. Your phone is great. It has an amazing camera on it. All you're doing is adding a 4:5 magnification and forcing your eyes, camera eyes, to look through. Um, Forcing those camera eyes to look through one eye. Okay, microphone. That's up to you. I don't do it. I see a lot of people doing it. I've worked on a microphone for years as an auctioneer. Um, if you have a good phone, like, can you hear me just fine? If your voice has maybe a tone you don't think is great for the app, maybe a microphone can change or alter that a little bit. Again, 7 things. Write them down. You have 2 paid options. Okay, 2 promotion tools. Do not run those at the beginning of your show when you're talking and blabbing, right? Run those promotion tools when you're rocking and rolling. Okay. You get about 20, 30 minutes into your show, the numbers are great, people are coming in, then run your promotion if you can afford it, and that's in your advertising budget. One is 15 minutes. One is, if you don't want to run it the entire show, turn that off and put duration 1 hour and put your bid in. As a new seller, that can be very, very expensive, and I get it. So make sure that's in your budget. And you get to a point where I don't even use it anymore. Okay. Uh, Make sure you bookmark that right there that I just posted. That is a new tool, Whatnot put out. A lot of you guys don't even know about it. Go play with those numbers. Okay. Tapping on the screen, talking in my conversation, hoarding the screen, becoming a premier seller. Premier sellers means you're of the highest rates as far as getting your shipping out, your issues with any kind of returns or anything like that. Doing $50,000 in sales in 3 months sounds like a big number, folks. You will not believe how fast you grow in your numbers. I don't even have to look anymore. Okay. And I'm not huge on this platform. Again, I've only been on here for a year. All of my followers are organic. Okay. Meaning, if you go look, I don't follow a lot of people. You'll never see me in those popular shows doing those raid trains. I pick up an organic following. People have entered my show organically and I have captured them. Very, very important. Okay. A lot of people out there talking, a lot of great advice, but there's also some bad advice out there. So be careful. Again, my advice doesn't fit everybody's need. I don't ship a lot of heavy items. I ship a lot of under 16 ounces. I will have some more brochures for you guys. Okay. They should be in this week. And so I'll have them next week. Setting up your shipping is very, very important. My YouTube channel, you can go watch. If you buy the rewatch, all you do is go to your receipts and you can rewatch the show all the way through from beginning to end. But with this brochure, it kind of goes through some simple shipping setup profiles. Create several of these for yourself, not just one. Go in and create several of them. Understand what you're doing. You will have a lot of big sellers that ship heavy items teaching this right here. This does not meet my need. This meets my need because I ship a lot of under 16-ounce items. Okay. And so I give my customers the best rate in shipping. Okay. No matter how many items you come into my show and buy, you will only spend $4 in shipping. You buy 100 items from me, $4 in shipping. Why? I want people to come in, bid more, buy more, and get involved faster, capturing customer base. Okay. But understand that I'm picking up the flip side of that. So if they spend $4, and let's say the package cost $8, I'm picking up the other four. I'm willing to throw $200 or $300 in shipping to do $4,000 or $5,000 in sales. Wouldn't you? Getting people involved. Shipping is going to be the number one thing that keeps people from bidding and buying faster. Listen to a lot of big sellers this week, and they're watching my show and they're getting it. They've been on the platform 3 or 4 years and they're using my exact language. And I'm like, listen, glad I taught you something. Thank you. I don't care where it comes from. I just like teaching the community. I'm not jealous in any way, shape, or form. If I teach you and you get it and you can spread the word, I'm all about that. So listen, this does not meet my need. This does. Okay. First class shipping. A lot of people don't understand it. Okay. This is how you do it. Single card, sticker, under 2 ounces, must be a flat rate envelope. Okay. Must be able to process through the machine. Okay. If it has a bulge in it, your customer is going to get it no money. You don't want that to happen. Again, it must be a regular standard mail. Okay. This is how you do it. Again, make sure you're reading all the laws and regulations regarding giveaways. Whatnot says, hey, listen, their terms of service say, listen, we're not liable for giveaways. That's on the seller. I will tell you there are federal laws and state laws. Okay. The giveaways cannot be treated as a lottery system in the state of Oklahoma. I don't know what your state says, so make sure you go read about it. I don't want to ever be in trouble, so I'm covering my butt. And so I do have a whole giveaway informative thing that you can go read, and I can provide it to you. And I only do follower giveaways, so I don't make anybody buy anything, and so um, that's me. I want to capture a real customer, and so buying a sticker, buying a sticker in order to get into a giveaway to win whatever, I think is kind of a gray area. So I'm real careful. Like I don't want to go down that path, and that's me. I don't want to ever get in trouble with state or federal government. So that's how I roll. Okay. Um, Domestic, 1 to 5 pounds, over 5 pounds. Some best practices here. First time sellers, you can get up to $150 in free money for being a first time seller. Okay. Some minimal requirements. Go read about it. Don't do it until you're ready. I think you have to do it within a week. First time buyers. Listen, if you're a new seller and you're going to run a show, send them your code. Everybody has a code. Send your friends, your mama, your coworkers. You know how many people don't know about Whatnot? And you're like, listen, just come in and support me and buy something. You get free 15 bucks and I get $5. Okay. Utilize Whatnot's beginning seller program. And that's part of it right there. Utilize that. So this is what I would say to you. I understand that you don't do giveaways. I would not deter you from not doing them. I think they're important. Okay. I want to make sure that the giveaway system is being utilized in a proper way. That way it does not disappear. Because what happens is when people come into my room, I want to capture them. They have found me organically. Let me try to give you something, and all you have to do is follow me. Okay. Capture those organic customers in your shows by doing follower giveaways. Be willing to spend a little bit of money. My giveaways are not super expensive. Okay. I find great deals. I buy mystery boxes. I have fun with it. People like it. I give away hand warmers. I give away, you know, I go into a show called Brook. He's got a warehouse full of just all kinds of stuff. You never know what you're gonna get in there. And I buy just random boxes and I give it away. Right. My giveaways cost me so the cost is anywhere from $5 up to $100, depending on what I've got going on. Normally, a giveaway, 99% of them, I'm spending maybe $6 or $7. I run 20 of them. Again, I run really long shows, 10, 13, 18, 22 and a half hour shows. Today was probably one of my shortest shows, 6 hours. 20 giveaways. I am willing to throw $100, $200 away for $10,000. Wouldn't you? Thank you so much for the raid. 22 and a half hours 3 weeks ago. Over $40,000 in sales. One show. Just Bake Light. Thank you so much for the raid, Tara. And again, stand out as a seller, no matter if they have rated you with 1 or 2,000 people. When you become known to calling people out and giving a little bit of your time, when they have a choice to rate into somebody and they know Brock calls them out and Joe Blow says thank you and that's all they do, they're going to pick me over you every time. Thrifting, 5.0 rating, under 1 day shipping, 626 items, 395 followers. Next show is Friday at 10:30 a.m. Vintage watch parts. Thank you so much. How long and how fast did that go? They feel appreciated. They're going to choose me every time because they know that, listen, Brock's got 64 people in here. They're going to choose me over you because I give them just that extra 10 or 15 seconds of my time. Everybody's going to say thank you. I go above and beyond. And I think that's important. Okay. Whether it's 1 or 2,000 people you raid me, I'm giving you that quality. I'm giving you those few seconds of my time. And I think that's important. Stand out. There's something bad on there. If their thing says 4.7, skip it. You know what I'm saying? I never tell anybody to follow anybody except for the people that support me and love me. Okay. And I will tell you every time, go follow these people. You can email these folks at any time and they will give you their time, their love, and they will give you their best answer to their ability. Do we have all the answers? I do not. It's constantly changing. Okay. I'm constantly, there's something new going on all the time. I can't keep up. I'm just trying to keep up with them selling stuff. Lady K, that good. Faye West Designs. Thank her for me doing these shows. She saw something in myself that I didn't realize I had. And she's like, Brock, you're always talking to shows. You're always trying to help people. Why don't you do a seller help show? Okay. I don't think anybody will come. And here we are, 62 people in here. Second Life Treasure, Rustic Rose. Okay. Follow those folks. I don't know what else to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. Again, I try to be helpful. Again, I feel as a seller, you can create financial freedom. I love what the platform is about. Again, I've been on the other platform. I've been on the OE platform for 20 years. Okay. Doing $500,000 sales every year on that platform. 100 times more work. Creating descriptions. A listing over there will take you what, 3 to 5 minutes if you're quick. On this platform, it takes me a whole pick it up, push run. Love that about the platform. Um, I'm spending 95% less time doing this than I am over there. Okay. My time has value. The numbers are just as good. I'm able to sell a lot more. Okay. It is such an easy process. I love the app because I'm seeing disabled people, hearing impaired, people in wheelchairs, people that don't get out, people like me that have seizures. I can't just drive anywhere, right? Like, um, it enables us as a community, the disabled community, to have a platform. Yeah, we can go do that over there, but this really enables us to communicate with people one on one, have these conversations, be part of a community. I love seeing single mamas. They can stay home with their kids and contribute to their incomes. Second jobs. Again, the great thing about this is when you're tired and you're done, you can turn it off. See you later. Love it. Okay. Whatnot came up with it. Remember that. Everybody else is trying to follow suit. As we go down this journey together, we want to keep this a very safe place. See something, say something, I think is very important. We as community can weed out the snakes. I report things all the time. If I see somebody in there and it's fake stuff, I report it. If I come in, I feel like the room is getting cheated or they're never going to get their stuff, I report it. I think that's very important. You guys know what I'm talking about. The giveaway things, report all of it. You win a giveaway and it's supposed to be $100 gift card and you don't get it, report it because I think that's important. Okay. You don't like Whatnot's answer? It's called the BBB, Better Business Bureau. Report it. Okay. You can take it, you have the right to take it off the platform and do a report, especially when that seller's obligation and it's their liability. They state it, they're responsible for it. Okay. It's not Whatnot's problem, it's the seller's problem. So I think it's very, very important that, and this is a thing, is it gives the platform, it gives sellers a bad rap if we're stating something and it doesn't happen. And I see it all the time. Leave appropriate feedback. Don't be scared to leave appropriate feedback. Let people know, right? I think it's a great thing. Organic followers. Again, the word organic means they have found me organically. I have not gone into a popular room and said, "Hey, listen, here's $50. Here's a $50 tip, or here's a call me out." I don't do that. Okay. I don't do that. Never will I do that. Okay. I've gone into big popular rooms because I know somebody. I'm like, listen, behind the scenes, don't call me out. Here's a $50 tip. Feed your crew because their crew members were friends of mine and they're there working their butts off and they helped me on the platform at one point in time. The word organic means you've come into my room just like you did right now. You have found me and you have followed me. Organic following means getting people in your room. And I just covered those 7 things. That is how you get organic followers. Okay. Once they come in your room, capture them. Do a giveaway. Somebody raids you with 40 people or 30 people or 20 people, run a giveaway. It doesn't have to be a buyer giveaway. Run a follower giveaway. If you follow me, you have a chance of winning something. You have organically entered my room. Okay. So hold on. Great question. I bought from a seller, Whatnot canceled my order, and their account was removed by them. What would that, why would that happen? Again, you have a team of some of the most amazing employees, real people like me and you. They do not want you to get a bad taste in your mouth. They do not want something to happen to you. Because what happens is when when somebody gets screwed or messed over, or something bad happens, they might never come back. And so, more than likely, somebody saw something in that room and reported it. Whatnot looked at the behind the scenes thing and said, "Listen, we're going to protect our buyers. We're canceling this transaction. We're going to get their money back, and we're booting them off the platform." They might have already been booted once. There's all kinds of behind the scenes things that me and you don't see, but Whatnot is there to protect you. Again, if there's ever a question or concern, write them, customer support them. They'll respond normally within 48 hours. They're amazing folks. Last time I checked, there was like over 800 employees for Whatnot, and a lot of them are sellers or have accounts on here or have in the past. I don't know if they can still do it. But I know a couple people that work for Whatnot, and they were amazing sellers. And so, again, a lot of behind the scenes. But I will tell you this: the reason that happened is because they were trying to protect you. They're trying to protect your funds. They're trying to protect you as a customer on the platform. Listen, KT, I was one of those. KT, I know who you're talking about. I lost money because I was in that show. I know what bracelets. One show they never said a word. The other show it was you could tell it was probably from Asia, or they had the an Asian tone. Um, and I had a bunch of Whatnot credits from referrals, and I got a refund, but I only got my actual funds I spent, not my referrals. So it kind of sucks. But they were protecting you. I know who you're talking about. They were protecting you. That was fraud. They'd already been kicked off the platform 2 or 3 times. Yeah. Again, they see IP addresses, right? They see all the behind the scenes. There are engineers, there's a lot of smart people, and they're able to see things. And so they were protecting you 1000%. Junk. What item was it? What was it? What was it, Junk? Was it one of the eyes? Let me look real quick. Did you get a little letter from me, Junk? So I will tell you, if it's one of the eyes, I did have a delay in those, and so I bought a ton of them. You should be getting it this week, though, without a doubt. Okay, without a doubt. And if you still don't get it by, let's say, Friday, write me and I'll send you another one. Okay, the eyes did get delayed. Um, what happened is I've started talking about these, and there's been a couple thousand of them sell, and now the price is doubled or quadrupled, but I have a ton of them. So, but if that's what it was, okay, I'll write you. Thank you for letting me know, John. And I'm sorry about the delay, but we will definitely get you taken care of, and you'll love it. Okay. How long will I be on tonight? Listen, I normally am on for hours. I've only been on for about 48 minutes. Again, it's 40. It was show setup. We talked about that. And we're about done there, and we can open the chat up to all kinds of conversations we already kind of have. And we co-host. We want to know who you are, what you're doing, what you got going on. So if you're willing to give me 3 or 4 or 5 minutes of your time, I'd love to have it, talk to you. You introduce yourself to 65 people. Easy questions from me to you. That's part of being a community. Again, as you join Whatnot, you will grow a lot faster if you don't sit over in the corner. You get involved. Okay. You meet the other sellers in your category. Introduce yourself. Okay. Hey, thank you. Watch your show tonight. Absolutely amazing. Love how you do things. I'm learning. I'm a new seller. You know, you taught me a lot. Make yourself known. Okay. Especially in your category. Discuss facing versus non facing customers. Sylvia, so this is the thing. I did non facing for probably the first 2 months. Did great. Turn the camera around once I started making friends. I wanted people to see me. Um, and by turning the camera around, I think that it gives it a personality. It gives it a face. It's just like when you're creating your name and you're creating a picture for your online sales or your store or your brick and mortar, right? When you think of Amazon, you think of the big OA, right? You think of the word, but then you can also put a face to that brand, right? Oh, Jeff. Immediately when I said Amazon, you guys all think about Jeff and his face. That is the same thing here. Okay, that's business. So turning that camera around, if you're shy, you don't have to do your whole show. Turn around and say hello. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. So I think putting a face um, to your whatnot account is important. It really gives it a personal touch. If I miss any of your conversation, I am not being rude in any way, shape, or form. Just repost it. And I promise you, I will get to it. I have some of the most amazing help in the room right now. There are some big sellers in here. You guys are all welcome to plug your shows. You're all welcome to ask any question you want. If I don't answer it, one of my helpful people, one of my friends in here will answer it or just repost it and I'll try to get to it. Okay. I had my first show recently and I requested my payout, but haven't received it. And I don't know how to get in touch with anybody to check on that. So, TC, let me explain something to you real quick. Okay. This is how, if you have under 1,000 sales, this is how it works. Okay. You will do your show, you will sell everything, you will ship everything. Once all the items are delivered, that payment is released. Okay. Sometimes, depending on how fast you're able to ship it, how fast it got delivered, that is all part of the releasement of those funds. Over 1,000 cells, what happens, okay, is immediately when you create the label, those funds become withdrawable, and normally you'll see them within 48 hours. Most of the time, I see mine same day. Okay. So the difference between under 1,000 cells and over 1,000 cells is this: under 1,000 cells, those funds do not become withdrawable and will not hit your bank account until the items are shown as delivered through USPS. Over 1,000 cells, you create those labels, and they're gonna be withdrawable. But again, if you're still past that point, what I do is be very, again, you will always get more with honey than you do with vinegar. So if you get all grumpy and you're a punk when you write whatnot, just think if it was you. They didn't do it. They're just employees of whatnot. Be super nice. Simply put details. Don't just write and say, hey, listen, I haven't got my payout. Say, listen, I'm a new seller. I'm under 1,000 cells. I haven't got my payout. A live person will respond within 48 hours. So contact customer care. Okay. Even though it seems all automated, you'll get a personal response. You haven't found a way to reach out to them. Okay, hold on. I'll send you a link. Hold on. You can always go to your account. Okay. Click up on the top right, click on your name, and I'm going to switch it around real quick so you guys can see. Okay. I'm on a computer. It's the same thing for a phone. Go up to your account. Okay. Account, help, and legal. Buying, selling, account, safety, and policies. Selling. Okay. Find the one that kind of fits your need. If that's, let me see. If none of those are there, you can go back to maybe account or safety and policies. Let's go to account. Safety and policies. Contact us. Top. There it is. Top left hand corner. Contact us. Any of those pages. Okay. Contact us. I'll copy and paste this. It's the top left. It's kind of hard to see. There you go. There you go. Let's see. Question. I recreate jewelry into Snap It jewelry. I sell on another platform. Would that do well here? Listen, try it is all I can see. I can't tell you yes or no. Try it. Again, I started selling neckties in the middle of the summer last year. Nobody else was doing it. Nobody sold neckties on here. I'd never seen a show. And now there's over probably 10 or 15 people selling neckties all the time. My shows are amazing. The numbers did great. Being creative, being kind of a niche can sometimes be a little bit slower in growth, um, but definitely worth a try. I would say this too is mix it in, do a show of like jewelry, like costume jewelry or whatever kind of jewelry you can sell. And every now and then throw one of those in there. Okay. I think that'll do a lot better by doing that versus an entire show of it. In recreating jewelry, if you are using Chanel, Gucci, Prada, any name brand items to do a recreate, be very careful. Okay. Because, you know, make sure it's not counterfeit. You can prove it's real. Okay. I'll leave that at that. Hello, Rustic Rose. How are you? If you guys aren't following old Rustic Rose, she's amazing. She is definitely a mentor on the platform. It does. Absolutely. It sure does. I use a ring all the time. Okay. This is the ring I'm normally using. Okay. My phone goes in here and my is on every time. Okay. Again, be creative. Whatever fits your need, think outside the box. You know what I'm saying? I love this to be able to just pick this up, but I was like, how do I do that and be a little bit faster? Okay, well, I'm going to buy me a laptop stand that's metal. Okay, that stays on my desk. I can make that fit in there. Okay. And normally my camera is right here inside of this with my ring light on or my microscope thing on. Here every Wednesday night. Every Wednesday night, come hang out with me. You ever get stuck, need an answer? Listen, you there's always amazing people in here hanging out. So helpful. Can you check out my live? KBC, you want me to give you some advice on your account? If so, again, I am just a very honest, I will give you honest opinion, honest advice. All of my advice is to be helpful, never hurtful. Don't think I'm being a punk or mean or anything like that. Okay. So when I open up, this is KBC products. I'm gonna turn you around real quick, KBC. Let me show you. Oh, okay, we're looking at your account here. See all the information you have here? Nobody will read it. Unfortunately, you probably have an amazing story. I won't read it. Not being mean. Okay. You've doubled up on your name. I'd much rather see something else in here than KBC. And this is under, hold on, let me put my lens on. See what I mean? See how blurry that got? That's what I'm talking about. Okay. I put my lens on and it forces that eye to look through it. So you've doubled up on your name. Okay. I'd much rather you not double up on your name. Put something else in there. Go look at my profile. All of this, if my eyes have to shift right, nobody will read it. Come in here and bullet point it. Keep everything to the left of the word clips. Okay. Get on your phone and do that. Okay. All of your pictures are the same for your shows. I'd much rather see some different pictures. Oh, you're currently live right now. KBC products, vintage collectibles. Listen, your titles of your show, nobody knows you yet. I want to see some information here. I want to see some information there. I don't want to just see KVC. I want to know, are you selling me Furbies? Are you selling me koi fish? Are you selling me vintage jewelry? Put those words in there, keywords. Okay. You're missing all your keywords here too. See all these names? We're going to go back out of your store here real quick. Your shop, you're missing all the keywords. $10 start, 21, 22-inch acrylic spin art, 12-inch 3D gorilla model. I want to see more information there. Cartoon, toy, target words. Make sure you're utilizing all those. Okay. Just some simple little tricks. Clean it up a little bit. Okay. You do not have a logo yet. Create a logo that matches your name. Okay. And then come back. Once you do all that, I don't want to get too far on you, giving you way too much information. I don't want to give you too much information. Just fix some of those things and then come back at me and ask me to look at it again. Okay. Just a few things. Start there. Okay. Absolutely. Rossi. Absolutely. Let me take a look. You get again, you guys. Rustic Rose is in here. She also does a seller help show. You guys go tune in with her, hang out with her. If you're a new seller in the jewelry category, she does an amazing rate train just for those folks. She really looks out for new sellers. So, Ryder, I don't know how far she is out on those, but try to sign up and get on one of those rate trains with Rustic Rose. Pretty easy, laid back, definitely a mentor of mine. Okay, who wanted me to take a look at their account? Listen, you can go back and watch the entire show, just so you know. I'm on YouTube. You can go back. We're on minute 1 hour and 3. Okay. YouTube, take a picture, screenshot of that real quick. Okay, that's my YouTube, or you can buy the rewatch. Okay. Um, okay, who is in front of you? Hold on. One of my mods tagged somebody. Hold on, let me see who it was. Okay, then use that. Go into your profile and use that picture. Okay, right now it's not showing as a profile picture. So again, go into your profile and upload that as your profile picture. If that's the TV screen is what you're wanting to use, okay? Go in there and utilize that. Okay. I love it. I just don't see it in your profile as that being your picture. Yeah, absolutely. So I also teach this. Anything you put into your bin, realize new sellers. This platform is kind of set up in two different things. You have what's called a quality listing. A quality listing is a permanent listing. It will be available if you make it active all the time, kind of like the old platform, right? A temporary listing is a listing you create just for your live show. it goes away. Okay. So when I do a live show, all I do is create a temporary listing. Quality listing are the ones that you go into my bin right now and you can see they're always there. Now, they do not automatically go into your live show. You have to click on inventory. Okay. Once you click on inventory, you'll see all your items. If you have over 20 or 50, I forget, on the page, you'll need to go down to the bottom left hand side and click on all items, and they should pop up. And then you have to take those bin items and throw them into your live show. They are not automatically there. Okay. So, again, love the comment you just made. And I say this every week, keywords. If you want to be found on Google, you want your item, you don't care where the sell comes from. You just want to sell the item, right? Whether it be Whatnot or Google or whatever browser you use or search tool, search engine you use, right? Keywords. So let's say my wife lost that good good's not in here, but I'm wearing a ring I got from her. If I lost this ring in the ocean and it's sterling silver and it's a horse, and my wife was looking to replace this for me and it's a size 8, those are all keywords. If I just put in horse ring and you go to Google right now and you search horse ring, there's going to be a million listings. So when you're creating those bin items, it is important that you are creating a listing that is findable and specific to that item. Sterling silver, men's ring, horse, vintage, size 11, or whatever else you want to add in there. Okay. When people get specific, and you guys know what I'm talking about on Google, you're looking for something and you're like, oh, I got to add another word or another word, and it dwindles those listings down. That is what you want to do for your listings. Okay. Very important that in those description or in the title, I don't care what the description says, in that title of those bin items, you are being as descriptive and you are using those key words. Okay. Please do that. Let me scroll down here. I'm missing a ton. Her name is no, her name is Rustic Rose. Here she is. Rustic Rose. She was in the chat just a while ago. Okay, Rustic Rose Jewelry. If you do jewelry, right there. Writer. Okay. She might not still be in here. She pops in here and there. She's a busy woman, but she does amazing work. Definitely a mentor of mine. Rustic Rose Jewelry. Absolutely. Here we go. Again, if you want me to look at your profile, just post it again. I will ask this question, Bab. Again, I am your host for Jory. So thank you so much. Jory is the most amazing category with the most amazing people. I'm a little bit biased. And so, I love it because it's small, it's easy to ship. It's very, I can ship 750 items in just a couple hours. Listen, why else? I don't like shipping glass. I don't like shipping and having to buy all that packing stuff, right? Again, let me show you something real quick. You're in the jewelry category. These envelopes already have bubble in them. I sell this to you, I drop it in there. Okay. It's bubble wrapped already, right? And then I write your number on it, whatever the item number is. So item number 1, number 2, whatever it be. But when I go to ship this, look what I've just done. I have just created myself the easiest bubble wrapped. My customers love it because they're not spending 20 minutes trying to cut into that mess of saran wrap and bubble wrap and tape that you've spent 20 minutes packing each item. Okay. Listen to me very carefully. Time is important for me. I love to do other things. I love to spend time with my family. I like to watch my favorite TV shows. I am a busy man. I can ship 750 items in under 2 hours. My customers love it. They get it, their numbers on it. Okay, that's item number 1 I buy. They get it. All I have to do is rip into that. I've never had, no, I take that back. I've had one item damaged. Okay. Dropping it in the bag, sticking it over here. Hello, Jesus. I just saved you a ton of life, ton of time, ton of money. This is just as cheap as buying bubble wrap. Okay. All right, here we go. Who was it? Barb's Vintage Jewelry. Let me take a look real quick. Barb Menza, 5.0 rating, 27 items. You agreed to allow me to critique you. Again, it's all in a very, just my opinion. You can take it, throw it out the window, but don't ever think I'm being a punk or mean, okay? You have 577 followers, okay? Again, I'm going to say the exact same thing to you as I said to her. You have a novel. Look at my profile, cut it down, get on your phone. It's the easiest way. You're young, you're pretty, you have a profile picture of yourself. That's great, but I'd much rather you try to brand yourself. Take your image off there and create a brand. There are so many beautiful people out there. There's so many beautiful faces. I will not remember yours. If you brand yourself, I'll remember that. Okay. When you drive down Main Street, do you see, do you know who owns McDonald's? Do you know who owns KFC? No, their image isn't on their sign. What you remember is the big M. You remember Colonel, whatever his name is, right? That is imagery. Okay. That is part of business. Unless you're a realtor, an attorney, brick and mortars, you don't see people's faces on their brick and mortar. Think of that. Okay. And I'm not saying there's anything, you're a beautiful woman. Utilize that. Again, as a man, I don't have what you have. You have an advantage. Promise you in the jewelry category. Why you have an advantage is because you can put the ring on your finger. You can put it on your ear. You can put it around your neck. And people come in, they're like, "Oh my goodness, that is beautiful. Look how beautiful that looks on her." Use your image, use your body to sell. Be that model, okay? On the front of Victoria's Secret or whatever magazines out there. You guys can utilize in the jewelry category that connection with your customer. Okay. Do that. Okay. Please, please, please. Shove it all left. Get rid of all the verbiage. Okay. Straight down. Keep everything to the left of the word clips. Your pictures are great. Again, a lot of people doing the cartoon, the chat GBT, and all that stuff. Be unique in who you are and what you're about. Okay. Again, if there's 1,000 people out there and they all have these chat GPT images for their shows, and you're the one person that has a real image, you're the one person that has something, you will stand out. So be creative in those aspects. Again, doing it every now and then is great, but don't do it for every show. Love that each show is different in its imagery. Bracelets and necklaces galore. Friday, April 3rd, 11:30 a.m. Make sure that you're in that jewelry category. When you've selected that show, you've gone in, you've selected costume jewelry, new jewelry, precious metals category. Make sure you have a category under there, okay? More verbiage as a new seller. Very important. Realize a lot of these other people, they can start a show like me and have 30 or 40 people in there. We have a following. For you, you don't have that following yet. Lots of information is better. Bracelets and necklaces galore. Is there any designers in there? Do you have Chanel? Do you have Gucci? Do you have Brighton? Do you have sterling silver? Do you have gold? Do you have Native American? Do you have Juliana? Do you have Weiss? Those are words that you want to be putting in your title. Okay. Get some items in your shop as well. Create you some quality listings. Okay. On that, everything looks great. Barb Menza. I would also take your full name off there. Just put Barb. There's so many different advantages. Again, your customers will know your name when you ship them something, unless you're using a PO box and your whatnot name. But there's a lot of people out there trying to take advantage, and so I always recommend not putting your full name on there, just for those that are just kind of searching. Right, be careful about those emails you open up as well. Okay, I hope that helped in some way, shape, or form. Lady K, thank you so much. I am having an amazing day. Thank you so much for asking. Give me 1 second. If you'll get into the list by just simply stating that, I'll go kind of in order. I try to. Anna Banana. First of all, I love your name. Anna Banana, are you in here? Okay. Anna Banana, do you agree to allow me to go in and take a look at your profile and give you my honest opinion without being mad at me if I say something you don't like? Okay. Thank you so much. I loved you've made it short, simple, and easy. Okay. I'll read that. Go in and add some more little emojis, some hearts. You know what I'm saying? Make it pretty. Do that whole girly thing you guys do with stuff. If you have one show scheduled, make sure you have another one scheduled. Even if you have to change the date and time of that second show. And listen to me, and new sellers, listen, listen, listen. If I come in and I love you and you don't have another show scheduled, I will normally forget you. There are a lot of options on here. There are a lot of sellers. But if you run a show and I love you and I'm getting great deals and I'm making money, or I just like who you are, and you have another show scheduled, I'll bookmark it. And when you go live, I'll get a notification saying you've gone live. Always, always, always. If you have one show scheduled, schedule another one. But Brock, I don't know. That's okay. You can edit the date and the time however many times you want, as long as it's not anything crazy. Like Whatnot doesn't care, but if you're trying to manipulate or something, they will. You can change that date and time, but the bookmarks never go away. One show, schedule a second. Picture's great. Again, you're beautiful. The jewelry on your neck and on your ears, if you can get multiples of them, and I come into your show and you're wearing that, and people are like, oh my gosh, I love that. Utilize that. Be the model for those items. Normally, I would say, listen, don't use a profile picture. Okay. Um, you know, I'd much rather Anna Banan create a brand versus a self image. Okay. Just kind of looking here. All right. Love this for a new seller. Love this for a new seller. I hope you got some of this advice from me. If so, say yes. No matter what, just say yes. Okay. So I love this. Pictures are great. Absolutely know exactly what I'm getting into. Art Deco inspired pave statement ring. The only thing I might change is maybe put in the size 8 or whatever size it is. Okay. You can put in the word jewelry. You can put in the word costume jewelry. Okay. More keywords. Use this title to make it findable. The more, the better. Okay. Pictures are great. Okay. Peacock brooch, vibrant blue, green rhinestone. Again, the word jewelry is missing. The word costumes missing. Um, okay. You know what I'm saying? Pictures are amazing. Keywords, key element words, but great pictures. Absolutely love it. So leave it. Again, after about 3 weeks, other search engines will find those items. So anything you're throwing in your bin or quality listings is what whatnot calls it, becomes findable. If it's still sitting in your store, what's that hurt? So leave it in there. Leave it in there. Give it some time. Okay. Okay. Stetsmar 110,000. Are you in the room? Yeah, sure will. I sure will. Cream City. Absolutely. You agree to allow me to look at your profile and give you an honest opinion without getting mad at me. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. Stetson Marks. Okay, you don't have any shows scheduled. You also have not go in there and play with your profile, please. Okay. Me personally, I would change your name. Again, you don't lose anything by changing your name. I will never remember your name. Okay. Create a brand, create a profile image. You don't have any shows scheduled. So when you did this first show over here, you should have had 2 shows scheduled. That way people would have bookmarked you. They bought something from you. They loved you. Your shop has nothing in it. Honest opinion, you got some work to do. Get in there, play with it, mess with it, okay? Change your name. Just write whatnot as long as you don't have any open orders or all your orders are delivered. You can go in and change your name. Search the platform, make sure the name's not already taken. That's my honest opinion. I didn't see any shows. Stets, you have no show scheduled. Create a show. They've already had a show. They've already got sales. Yeah, yeah. They've already done a show. They've had sales, unless and they don't have anything in your bin. So just I would assume that they've done a show. Hello, hello, hello. So you guys want me? Yeah, yeah. Please, 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 please. Again, if you buy, oh my, buy it now is not. There's nothing in there. Wonder why there's nothing in there. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me pin this again for you guys, or put that in the chat. Make sure you guys are bookmarking that. That space. I've got something in my thing up there. That's why. There you go. Yeah, I'll pin rewatch. Again, you can go on here. If you buy the rewatch, you can watch the entire show from beginning to end. Okay. Just go into your activity. And then as you go into activity, you'll go in and there should be a video receipt and you can back it all the way up to the beginning. But you will still get something physical from me in the mail. Okay, that's a requirement. Pinning it now. There you go. You're fine. I got you. All right. So Cream City. Anybody want you to anybody want me to show you how I set up my listings? How I go in numeric order? I'd love to show you. Again, as I sell things, I do not go Lisa bought this, Jenny bought this. Can you imagine doing a 22-hour show? How much time that would take me when you've got 200 customers? There's no way of doing it. It would be an absolute nightmare. I go in numeric order. Okay. Okay. This is how I do it. I'm going to turn you around for a minute. Okay. When you open up your show, that's what you're seeing here. This is my show. We're currently under buy it now up here. Okay. Buy it now. Okay. You're going to go over to auction. Okay. You're going to go to auction. phone, computer, it doesn't matter. iPad, you can still see the same thing. You're going to go to add. Okay. When you click on add, you're going to see two things. You're going to see temporary listing and quality listing. When I'm doing a live show, I don't create quality listings. I create temporary listings. Means that it will go away after my show. Click on temporary. This might pop up. The only reason I have not taken this off is because of you guys. So it's an extra step for me. So I'm going to create temporary listing again. You're going to get all this information. What category? Well, I'm selling in jewelry tonight. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to find jewelry. It's going to give me some more options. Well, what kind of jewelry? Fine precious metals, vintage jewelry. Listen, you're selling about sterling silver. You probably ought to put it in there. You're selling a bunch of gold, put it in there. You're just selling some costume jewelry, put it in there. Click done. Okay, I've now selected my category. Product name. Do not make this super long. And there's a reason why. It's because when you go to do shipping, if it's too long, it'll cut off the number. So all I do is normally put item shown. Okay. This will be what shows up on the screen. Item shown. Okay. You guys all see that. Description. I put in no cancels, no refunds, ask questions, whatever you want to put in here. I don't care. You can make that as long as you want. Starting price, whatever price. Realize all this information is editable before you ever push start. Starting price. I start everything at $1. Maybe you can't. Put $2, put $5, $10, whatever you want to do. Remember, you can edit and change it before you ever push start. Quantity. Very, very important right here. Very, very important. I always put 1,000. If you don't use all 1,000, no big deal. Put 1,000. That's the max number. Do not toggle this on. Condition. Is it new? Is it pre-owned? Is it excellent? I always just put pre-owned excellent. These are all my shipping profiles I've created for myself. Okay. I have a bunch. This is the one I always use. Picture. Whatever picture you want to use. You use American flag for tonight's show. Then you're going to push confirm. For some reason, it does not confirm. That means you have done something wrong and you're missing information. Over to the left. Do you see my listing now? See my listing? I don't have 4, 5, 6 of them. I have one. I work under that one. Reason being is for shipping reasons. Okay. By only working under one, it goes in numeric order and I'm able to stay in that order. Okay. So what happens if I push start, this is going to pop up. Do you see the word edit? Before I ever start this, I can edit all that information I just put in there. Once I push start, I get to select sudden death. Means after 30 seconds, that's it. There's no increments. Okay. There's no time increments. If I leave that off, I choose normally 15 seconds. Do not do 30 minutes. Do not do a minute. You will lose your crowd so fast. Try to stay 15 and under. Okay. If you can. By selecting 15 seconds and 3-second increments, anytime somebody bids, it's going to add another 3 seconds to that clock. Okay. It's bid up to $100, $200, $1,000. It could actually be a minute, 2-minute, 3-minute, 5-minute auction. Okay. Just depending on what's going on. And then I'm going to push start. Do you see at the bottom of my screen how it has item number 1 next to it? If this item sells, it will assign number 2 to the next one. Okay. Let's switch you around real quick. Give me 1 second. So if that item sells, right now we're bidding on that person just bought this. Okay. I drop it in my envelope and close the envelope. I don't buy stickers. It's just an extra cost. I've got a big old marker here. I write number one on it. It then goes into my little box here. Guess where item number two goes? Right next to it. Item number 3, 4, 5. Okay. Every time one of those items sells, it's going to assign it a new number. Okay. Hold on. Going back here. So it is much easier for me to go in here and push on product actions and edit. Okay. I'm going to push edit and watch what happens. Oh, I don't want it to be a $1 item. I can't afford that. Right. Brock, I feel like I need to start this item at $10. Great. Push confirm. You will then go back over here. You will select product actions. You'll go to start auction. I'm not going to change any of my seconds or times. Look at what price it just assigned to it. Same thing with weight. Oh, Brock, that this is a 10-pound item or 5-pound item or 4-pound item. Guess what? You could have changed that right then and there. Again, it would have assigned it number 2 if that item would have sold. Okay, or 3, 4, 5, whatever. Again, I work under one thing. I see so many new sellers in here. Oh my gosh. Gene about this. Paul about this. Listen, at some point, you're going to be successful and you're not going to be able to do it that way. Can you imagine running for 22 and a half hours, 750 items, and trying to keep those all separated, going numeric order? I only want to do flat rate shipping, but I'm worried because of the different weights. It's easier for me. Is that why people say max 921? It is. That's flat rate shipping. Again, depending on what you're selling, right? I want you to put yourself in the customer's shoes. Okay. I don't know what you sell. You might be selling heavy things. You might be doing case packs. I don't know. Okay. Shipping matters to me as a buyer, as it does anybody and everybody. Reducing that shipping cost is key to getting people involved to not only buy more, but to bid more. Every bid is another dollar in my pockets. Okay. So think about those shipping supplies. Go to USPS.com, order all those free supplies, get you all kinds of different sizes, make those options in your profiles, play with it. And again, one size does not fit all in the shipping. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Again, think about this too. When you drive to the store, do you pick up all your groceries? Or do you go every day and pick up today? I'm going to pick up milk. Tomorrow I'm going to pick up eggs. Listen, the way gas is, you guys are shopping for the next 2 or 3 months in one visit, right? Same thing with this. When you're running a show, people want to know that you have inventory, that you have items. They're not going to spend 921 if they don't know there's more than one item. I don't want to buy one item and spend 921 in shipping and you not have anything else. So if you're in that particular model, spend some time showing folks, listen, I've got this, I've got this, I've got a million items back here. I've got stuff everywhere. There's all kinds of stuff here. Okay. If you're doing that max shipping and you're doing those flat rates or priority boxes, let people know that there are other items available to them. You have the milk, you have the eggs, the cheese. You're not going to have to go to Walmart, to Target, to your local grocery store to find everything. They're going to spend that amount of money. They want to know that you have product. Just think about that. Yeah. Jane, that is so true. I can't direct you to doing that, but yeah, it is against federal law to ever order USPS supplies. I get this all the time. I'll get my box in and it'll be wrapped in flat rate mailers or something like that. That is against the law. Okay. Just so you know, that is not packing supplies to be utilized as packing materials. You're supposed to use that envelope to send it in, not pack it with. Just so you know. Don't ever think you're going to use a priority box or flat rate box and cover it in cardboard paper or wrapping paper and not get caught. You will. And it's a huge fine and penalty, and it's not worth it. I watched a video that said order the USPS free boxes for shipping. Absolutely, Anna. Anna, there's all kinds of shipping supplies, and if that fits your profile and your needs, absolutely. Flat rate boxes, priority boxes. We realize there's two different options. Priority box is going to go by dimensions and weight, and you can use any box for that. It doesn't have to be marked priority. You can use your home box or something you got from Amazon or something you picked up from, right. You can use that box and ship priority. Okay, realize that. Flat rate boxes, priority boxes are free. Get on USPS.com, order all of them, kind of figure out what fits your need. You know what I'm saying? They're free. Why not? And when I say it's they're free to utilize, not free to ship in, right? Like it's going to cost money to utilize the service. Nope. Well, Jewel, technically no, but also technically yes. They all go on the same truck. Okay. 99% of items that are shipped ground in priority get there at the same exact time. Again, you're talking to somebody that's shipped more items than anybody on this platform or anybody on the platform. We own a business. We shipped 8 to 12 million pounds a year and have done that for 16, 17 years. Um, just in that one business. Again, I've been doing the platform for over 20 years. I've shipped more than anybody in this room, probably anybody on this platform. 8 to 12 millions pounds a year. Okay. So things have changed where most of the ground and priority is understand throughout this country, we call them lanes of traffic. And so big LTL carriers and full truckload carriers, and we're talking like semi trucks, right? When I say FTL, that means an entire 40-foot container full of stuff. I say LTL that's lighter than truckload, meaning that it might just be a pallet, right? What happens is UPS, all these truck companies have lanes that they travel weekly or daily. And so what happens is priority mail, it goes, you ship it from your house or you ship it from your local post office, it will go to the local sorting center. From that local sorting center, it gets put on conveyor belts, it gets tossed, it gets stacked. Things get broken not on purpose, but it's because of the how fast people are trying to move. And those boxes are constantly go to YouTube and look at a sorting facility with USPS. So you'll see what I'm talking about. What happens is it gets a coding, and that coding directs it to a lane of traffic. They don't care if it's priority or ground. It's if it's going to Chicago from Oklahoma City, it's going on that truck. So just so you know, don't worry about it. Thank you, Amber. Again, follow that good. Rosie Unique Designs. I'm going to give you a profile. Again, you agreed to allow me to take a look at your profile, give you an honest opinion. Yeah. Second Life Treasure. Thank you so much. You guys make sure you're following them. There you go. Again, I've messed with lanes of traffic. And if you're doing FTL or LTL, if you're doing heavy things, there is a right whatnot. Say, hey, listen, I'm still in pallets. How do I sign up for your shipping for FTL or LTL? And they'll send you their broker. Are they the cheapest and one of the hardest to? Yeah, it's a long wait. But I'll tell you, Averitt Truck Lines has an amazing program where you can go in and type in zip codes and ship FTL, LTL. And normally they're in every state pretty much, but they have a loading dock within most states. And so you might be able to hook up with them. But you can definitely go on there and quote. And when I say these are heavy, heavy packages, like pallets of stuff. Um, yeah, give me 1 second. No, no. People were just asking about your rustic rose. Tag yourself in the thing. There's a couple of them that are new sellers. Love you long time. Thank you so much. Um, Rossi, are you still in here? Rossi, if you agree to allow me to take a look at your profile and give you an honest opinion, please just type yes in the chat. You can only use priority boxes if that's the way it's being shipped. That is correct. That's absolutely correct. So hold on. No, the label will show priority. You can use any box. Okay. You can use any box, brown box, purple box, pink box. It does not have to be a priority box from USPS. The label will say priority on it. Priority is based off dimensions and weights. Flat rate boxes, you have to use a flat rate box. That is whatever will fit in that particular box. And it is a flat cost up to 70 pounds or 75 pounds. Okay. In that very large one. No, you cannot put a ground label on a priority box. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Crohn's Cottage. Listen, I don't do it for the tips. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate your tips. Goes to Momo Treats. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, really. I appreciate that. Again, I love helping, so don't ever feel. I hope that I've given you a tip that saves you money, saves you time. And once you become successful, rate into me. Tell me you love me. Tell your customers about me. Whatever. Yeah, I don't see Rossi. So who's next? After Rossi, who's next? Erica Hunting, are you in the room? Erica Hunting, are you in the room? They come back, just let me know. Where's Momo? I'll call him here in just a second, okay? Absolutely. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Once you get big and you become successful, um, really, I don't care if you ever talk about me or anything, but pass it on. Help somebody else. That's all I ask of you. Absolutely, Erica. That's what I like to hear. Show one person and everybody picks up on it. Everybody picks up on it. Like, listen, that's how it should be. I show and they're like, listen, I got you, Brock. I'm on the same page. You don't need to look at me. Don't look at me. I got you. The Happy Wombat. Are you ready? Again, if you'd like to co-host this evening, I'd love to meet who you are. Love meeting my community. I'll ask you some simple, easy questions. Again, we keep these community shows, these help shows, PG. We keep them PG for a reason because there might be a grandma here, there might be a Christian woman here, there might be a Muslim lady here, there might be a grandchild sitting next to a parent, and so these community shows are about helping everybody, and I'm about that anyway. I don't go too far left, I don't go too far right, and my language, I keep it at a very professional level for everybody, and I think that is success. Absolutely. I am multicasting. I am. I'm currently on Whatnot, or excuse me, um, I am on YouTube and Facebook live right now. Again, Rustic Rose is in the chat. You guys make sure you go follow her. New jewelry sellers, go hit her up. Okay, she's amazing. Faye West Designs, and ask her. Rustic Rose, does Brock's way of doing things work? She'll tell you, I love you because you save me time and energy and love. Second Life Treasures, that good Lady K. Okay. Any of these people are amazing, amazing help throughout the week. Maybe you don't like my answer. Maybe I don't respond. You can write any of them and they will definitely help you out. Okay. Every Wednesday nights. Absolutely. You just let me know. Jewel House, it's important to do your homework. Okay. Very, very important to always do your homework. Again, you have people, there's amazing help on here. And as you go on this journey, there are going to be things that people tell you that work for you and they don't. Okay. But I truly believe everybody that is doing these community shows is trying. They're not misleading you on purpose. Well, there's a couple that I worry about. There's always somebody trying to manipulate systems, and I hate that. So be careful on some of that. You know what I'm saying? If it's if it's the short, easy route and it seems suspicious, let it be suspicious. Okay. Absolutely. I'd love to co-host with you. Thank you. Learn. Yeah. Learn the good things and the bad things. So you know what you're doing. There are some interesting thought process out there. I shouldn't say they're bad, but do your research. Also noted. Brock, what do you think about this? And I'll give you my honest opinion. I'm going to co-host Rustic Rose in just a second. Let me look at a couple profiles real quick. And Rustic, I'll co-host you. Okay. Absolutely, absolutely. I can show it several times. So again, this is a lens that I don't know of anybody else that brings this to the platform or teaches this. I utilize this in every show except for my seller help show. As I'm doing jewelry shows or tie shows, this is a micro lens. Okay, where did I put it? Still on my phone, actually. Okay, grab my other phone here real quick. Okay, your phones all have amazing pictures. I get that. I understand that. So many of you, I see shows where you're like having to hold your hand up behind it because there's blurriness. Because what's happening is most of these phones anymore have three different or two different eyes, right? And so one eye is looking at this item, but the other eye is seeing something else. And so a lot of times what will happen is you'll get a blur. So you see people trying to do this, right? Like when you put this lens on, okay, you're forcing all of the eyes to look through one lens. One is a magnification tool, okay? Two, you're forcing the eye to look through one lens. So what happens is you don't get or need to do this anymore. And I'll show you on this phone. So you saw how I put it on, okay? What happens is then you take your fingers, open and close. Most phones, if it's any kind of touchpad, iPad, iPhone, Android, you're able to do this right here. If you can't, go YouTube, how do I turn on my zoom option? Okay. And what I'm doing right now is I'm zooming outside. Okay. And I'll put it on my phone to show you. And I do a lot of jewelry. And so there will be silver marks or maker's marks. So again, I'm going to put it on. Should probably clean it off here. I just touched it. Okay. Putting it on my phone. Let me turn it around real quick so you can kind of see. Okay. And I get things all the time. It doesn't work, Brock. Okay. There's an on and off switch. Okay. It's simply putting on your phone. Okay. I'm making and forcing that eye to look through that camera. Okay. Looking at marks. Okay. Okay. I don't have to sit here and hold it behind my hand because I have blurriness. I'm forcing that all three of those eyes to magnify at once. People think, oh, it's just no. That is what the purpose of that is. So again, as I'm selling jewelry, yes, your eyes have amazing quality. Okay. But what we're forcing and the logistics and the thought process here is I'm not having all the blurriness. I'm forcing all three of those lenses to look through one eye and focus on. Okay. That's the thought process. Simply on and off. Okay. See that blurriness? See how it's trying to readjust? See how everything back here is blurry? Okay. Put my eye on. Okay. Look at these characters. I'm using an Apple phone right now. All phones, especially most of you guys got a newer phone, have a zoom option. And if it's not turned on, sometimes under settings, you need to go turn in zoom options, YouTube it, super easy. Hope that helps somebody. Hope that helped. I had to change my phone here. I'm like, there you go. Just by pinching, opening, closing on that phone. Absolutely. That's all I'm doing. I do. Sure do. Should be in my buy it now right now. I'll pin it real quick. I'll run a flash sale on it for you guys too. I can't take much off of it just because whatnot fees. Again, most everything in my buy it now, I mark up 11% just to cover my fees. I'm not trying to make money. It's an encyclopedia of information. I'll run a flash sale on it. Can't do much. I'm sorry. Oh, Matt, I have to take 10% off. I wish it was 5%, just to be honest with you. There you go. I'll knock 10% off for 15 seconds. There you go. That's all I can do. I can't do any better. Probably lose money by doing it this. Um, what image size do you use? I can't I don't know, to be honest with you. I think it's a minimum. I think there's a minimum pixel size of like 600 by 600 or something like that. Sometimes I have to edit it and save it as a JPEG or JPG in order for it to show up. But there you go. Okay, Callie. Okay, last profile. Then we are going to Callie. Are you in here, Callie? Callie, OPE Green. You agree to let me take a look at your profile and give you an honest opinion? Look, I got the old. Okay, thank you so much. Again, you got a lot of verbiage there. Okay, I would really like for you to take the verbiage out. I'm gonna switch it around real quick. You got a lot of verbiage here. Okay. I would say most people aren't going to read this. Take out all the verbiage, push it over. Okay. See how I don't have my lens on? See how blurry it gets? If I had my lens on, it would not happen. Okay. Push it all over. Okay. Um, I would really like for you to really enhance the brightness of these animals. If you can go in and make those look super bright, it will be really eye catching. Okay. Your picture. Do you see what I see? Enhance this. It's a great image, but I would go in and enhance, maybe even frame this picture in an off color, maybe yellow or something, make it really pop. Enhance this right here so we can all see it. It's really dark in your picture, just so you know. Maybe make these leaves like every other leaf a different color. Okay, I love the peace leaves. Shop. Let's take a look at what's in your shop. These Labubu things. Pop Mart Labubu brown plush headband. Kids, adults, again, just use any and all the information you possibly can. These pictures seem a little like, I don't know, a little, I'd crop it. Okay, I would crop that picture and I would enhance the vibrance on that. Okay, maybe even frame it. Let's see. Let me see if I got something here. I use Coral, so I'm going to pull up Coral real quick. So what I mean, see how this is framed in with offset colors? You could do that. A lot of programs. I don't want it in my camera. A lot of programs you can do something like this. Just go up to effects, add a border. Okay, make it pop. Switch. Do not want to save that. 5.0 rating, 277 items sold, 2.6 thousand followers. Be careful following too many people. If you're going to follow people in the beginning of your state, I would say this: follow people in your category that you're selling in. Okay. But you don't want a bunch of givey goblins. You don't want a bunch of, if you see somebody and you're setting a show and they're a good buyer, you might follow them, see if they follow you back. But don't just go out there and follow everybody. My opinion. You'll hear other people say differently, but that's my opinion. Friday at 7:30 p.m. All right, let me talk to you about timing here. Okay. New sellers, listen to me. It's competitive. A lot of you folks are in competitive categories. As a new seller, you can really take advantage of after hour times. And every week I will say this and I will continue, and then we're going to go to Rustic Rose. QVC realized I'm in the jewelry category. Take a big company that sells your category or another seller that's huge that sells in your category and look at their how they work. Okay. What I realized as a jewelry seller, QVC realized when women were at their quietest moments. During the day, you'll see the biggest sellers running. Why? Because they're big. They have the following, right? It's really hard to compete with them sometimes. They're treating it as a business. They're turning off at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and they're eating dinner with their families. They're going to the movies. They're done. They're treating it as a business. As a new seller, that's great for you. Okay. Run after hours. My best shows have been in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay. QVC taught me that. QVC told me, listen, women are not having to be pulled in every direction. They're not going to work. They're not having to worry about the kids. They're down. Their thought process is, I can't sleep. My husband's snoring so doggone loud. I'm either going to go to the couch, or I'm going to go to the refrigerator and get me some ice cream, or I'm going to turn on the TV and watch TV, or I'm going to turn on whatnot and buy some stuff. Right? QVC capitalized on that market. Late at night, you will get 10 times more raids than you will during the day. Most small sellers are going to raid into the largest seller in their category, hoping to get the call out. Think about that. Let that sink into you. Okay. I don't do surprise sets. I can't help you there. You'll have to go YouTube Bunny and see about surprise sets. I don't do surprise sets. It's not my thing. Could not even start there. I don't pretend to know. I don't know. Big question mark there. Once you learn, you teach me. It's not my thing. I don't do it. Sorry, TC. Not my thing. Queen, what's up? How are you? All right. So, Rustic Rose, you still in the room? Listen, one of the biggest mentors on the platform. Absolutely love this lady. She is a wealth of knowledge, very humble at heart, very helpful at heart. She is a busy bee and definitely one of God's soldiers on this planet. And so I absolutely love her, and she's amazing. If she's still in here, I'd love for her to co-host. There she is. All right. We're going to co-host Rustic Rose here real quick. And again, co-hosting, when we do this co-host, off to the right-hand side, you'll see the word swap. You can put her on top and me on bottom where the words are covering me up, and she is out of the verbiage. So invite to co-host. There we go.
Hi, my friend.
Hi, how are you?
I'm
Let me
good.
swap you.
Okay.
There you go. Much better. Much better for you.
Thank you for having me today. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on.
My pleasure. So, um, I want to reaffirm what you shared earlier. Brock has an absolute insight with the QVC opinion. I don't run during the night because I like my sleep, but 100% Brock is 100% right on the middle of the night thing. I do 10-hour shows at towards the end of my show, which is my time, 8 o'clock, 11 o'clock on the East Coast. I get so many raids, it's hard to keep up with them. And that's just, 11 o'clock p.m. If I were to run all night long, I am absolutely confident that you're 100% correct about that.
And I do. I get a lot. And it's hard to keep up with because you're like, I call everybody out.
Right.
But the realization is most people are going to bed. Most
Yeah.
people are ending their show and they're throwing their customers into mine. After 11 o'clock, it gets crazy. Like I've had nights where I've had 30 or 40 raids, and you're like,
Right.
how
You want
many
to
new
call them all out,
customers?
but how do you sell jewelry in between calling out 40 raids? It's
Right?
like, yeah,
and
it's
and and when those raids, people have never been in my show, and they come in, they're like, "Oh, I love you," and I'm gonna say their name. I got raided by Michelle's Deals, and
hold
Randy
on.
came in.
1 sec, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. Chelsea's Curated Chaos, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you so much. Chelsea has 1.8 thousand items sold, less than a day shipping, and a 5.0 review. Thank you for that raid, friend. Sorry, Brock.
I love it. Have
Thank
you
you.
always done that?
Read the
Yeah.
profile? No. No, I haven't. I used to co-host everyone that rated me, give them 2 minutes and have them co-host. Um,
I
but
can't
when
do
I
that. Sorry, folks.
no, no, I can't. I don't do it anymore either. I would love to, but I also need to make a living at this, and there's no time to run jewelry if I co-host every raid for 2 minutes. So I don't do that anymore. I read their profile, call them out, thank them, and ask them to share their show in the chat. And then when they share their show, I try to go back and read that and give one more call out. Um, I wish I could continue to co-host people because I really think it helped them a lot.
Mhm.
But I gotta sell jewelry too.
40 raids at 2 minutes apiece. You do that. Like,
Right,
I just can't do it.
right,
And I'm a
exactly.
talker. Like, I like to love on people. And so I'm like, there's no way
Yeah,
that
yeah,
two
me too.
minutes would be my thing. So I'd be
And
like,
then
10
I
minutes later.
co-host them and they got their dog in the photo and I love their dog and I'm like, "I wanna pet your puppy," and before we know it, I've spent 20 minutes with them and it's like, "Oh, I really probably should sell jewelry."
And that's,
What
listen, as a new seller, though, if that is something that you can do and you don't have a huge following, I think it's a good thing to maybe start, think about doing is, hey, can I co-host you? If there's only 10 people in your room, you know, you are in a spot we were all at one point in time, and they co-hosted you. At least give them the call out, at least give them the opportunity to share their next show. At least, if you can, give them a minute or two of co-hosting time. You'll make friends by doing that. And at some
absolutely.
point, you won't be able to do it. You'll be like us, like, listen, I can't do it anymore. I love
Yep,
you. Here's a call out.
yep, here's a call out, which is sorry, my dogs are loud, which is, really what they're after.
Mhm.
And Brock and I have different opinions on a few things. I love you so much, but we do have some opposite opinions occasionally.
You, I
I
love it.
have I have been on a mission to break for new sellers only. And I want to say that again, friends. Hear me. For new sellers only, I have been on a mission to break this idea that you have to do a giveaway in honor of a raid.
I
Okay.
don't do it.
I know you don't. I know.
Mhm.
I know you don't. But sometimes I see people feeling like it's
Yeah.
etiquette or something, and it so
Mhm.
isn't, friends. It so isn't. And um, I
And I don't want the expectation of that either, right? That's my thing
exactly.
is, for me, I do a raid when I feel like I want to.
Yeah,
I feel like the room, maybe I do a raid because I feel the room is kind of, people might be dropping out, or I just want to put more out there, or maybe I feel like it's time for a conversation. So I pull wild things out of my boxes. You guys see all the crazy stuff I bring. Normally it's not jewelry I'm giving away. I do give jewelry away, but I'll pull out something random and people are like, I love it. Hand warmers, radios,
right. Yeah.
hand
It's
wash. Like, and people are like, this is another thing is I utilize giveaways as kind of an opener. Like, I'm doing a jewelry show and I give something amazing away, and people are like, listen, I love that item. Do you have any more? Will you run it?
right. Exactly. Yeah.
Right?
And I wanna address Lulu's lovely closet said it's a great way to get raiders to follow you though. It is, that's
Hmm.
true, but those follows only mean something if they come back and purchase. Um,
Convert. Yep.
yes, so maybe instead of spending, because as a seller, when I do a giveaway, I pay for the item I give away, I also pay for the shipping. Okay, now
Hmm.
if they hit free shipping or whatever, then it's adjusted. But when I budget my show, how many giveaways I'm going to do for the
Hmm.
show, I have to budget that I'm paying that initial roughly $5 shipping. Okay,
Hmm.
so if I spend $5 on the shipping and a dollar on the item, I've spent $6. Even if I get the followers, it means nothing if they don't buy. Maybe instead, the item I'm showing right then, I was gonna start at maybe $5 or you're gonna start at $5. Drop that to a dollar, run it for a dollar while those right after that raid. Run the
Mhm,
item you have in your hand for a dollar. Now, if it only sells for a dollar, you still made a dollar instead of spending 6. And
mhm.
you've got a customer that maybe you wouldn't have had otherwise because those follow or those
You're not gonna get a
follow
dollar, you're gonna get 42 cents, just so you know, if it sells for a dollar.
correct. That is 100% correct. That's right. But it's better than spending 6, you know?
Right,
So I've kind of
absolutely.
been on a mission lately to break this stereotype that you have to run a giveaway because you got rated. So if I rate into you, please don't feel like you have to do that. If
Me
you
either.
choose to do that, that's your business. You do you, I'll do me. But I'm telling everyone right now, please don't feel like you have to do that. Call me out, shout me out, say thank you for the raid. You know, run the item you have in your hand for a dollar, whatever you choose to do, but please don't spend that $6
Yeah.
the thinking it's gonna benefit me because really what I want is the shout out. I don't want the I'm gonna
But
run
so,
a
Rustic,
giveaway.
so this is where we might have a disagreement. If I
That's
rate
okay.
into you with 60 people, okay, and I come into your show and I drop 60 people in your show and you've got 10 people in your show, it's probably a good idea to do a giveaway to keep those folks in there and hopefully them buying something. You're keeping them around for 5 minutes. Now, if you run a giveaway, you better start running some stuff. Okay.
Right.
You want
True.
in this, it's called ROI, return of investment. And I talk
Right.
about this a lot. So you have an advertising budget. I hope you've sat down and said, listen, this is what I'm going to spend. This is my return on my investment. This is what I'm willing to spend on advertising. Have a plan. Don't just jump in here and start doing this. Have a plan
Absolutely.
where you want to
Absolutely.
be in 3 months, 6 months, a year, 5 years, 10 years. Okay. I want to sell it to my kid, or I want to sell my business or turn it over to my kids, right? That's the business plan. ROI is part of that, return of investment. If I do a $40,000 show, am I willing to throw two or $300 in giveaways? You better believe it. All day
Right.
long. I will
Totally.
throw giveaways and money. Listen, I'm
And this is
making 10, 15. It's called ROI. So
right.
have that part of your plan. Now, somebody drops 60 people in your show. I want you to capture that organic following. I want you to run a giveaway. Okay. Now, if they drop 4 or 5 people in there, it's probably not worth the ROI. Okay. It's
Mhm.
not worth the investment. Somebody drops a bunch of people in your show, keep them around for 5 minutes, run a giveaway, and sell, sell, sell. Throw the inventory out there. If you've been sitting all night on a piece of Weiss or Juliana or a $200 or $300 piece, that's the time to run it. Okay.
I totally agree with you on that. I totally Brock, I wouldn't know about getting rated by you by with 60 people, honey, because 'cause you've never done that.
We're not
But
on at
that's
the
okay.
same times.
That's all right, I was gonna say that.
Right? We're not on at the same times.
But in
Late
fairness,
night. The question was after about 11 o'clock, people start dropping out. They get tired. They have to
yep,
work tomorrow. They have to take the
yep.
kids to school at 7 o'clock. They got to
Mhm,
make breakfast, right? They start dropping like flies at about 11 o'clock at night.
mhm, mhm. I've been on well, I'm on the West Coast, so when
Hmm.
I end my show at 8 or 9 o'clock, it's getting very late, and I watch the numbers go down. I end when my numbers are down.
Right.
Um, I agree with that, but I have stayed on a little bit later a few times, and it
I've
does pick
noticed.
up, and it
Mhm.
does pick back up a little bit
Time frame
later.
for me, the numbers start dwindling. There's 1 hour during the day that I see a dropout where there will be a ton of people. This is what you do: you run a giveaway, and you might have 60 people in your room and only 15 people enter it. That means that everybody else has fallen asleep.
Right, yeah,
I don't know why
or
they fall
or you're
asleep.
running stickers,
Be-
that might be the other thing.
I don't do stickers at all. You
Yeah,
actually get
right,
cool stuff from me. I spend the
yep,
$5 plus 3 or 4 or $5 more. If I rate into people, normally I will tip you so you can run a giveaway and I'm covering that cost. I've
yeah,
just made two or three, 4,000, $10,000 I'll tip you $10. Run a giveaway. If I come in and tip you, I've just paid for that giveaway for you. Run it. That's how I roll. And
Now, can I
3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 and 4 o'clock Central Standard Time is the 1 hour in my day that slows down, and it's a battle. And so what I do is okay, I drop my inventory as far as the quality of items. I will start running maybe some bundles. That hour, I know as a seller, I just got to make it till 5 o'clock. And then those people that wake up like you early in the morning
Yep,
are jumping on, and it's a whole new customer base.
yep,
So
yep, 100%. I see the same thing at noon, at the noon hour.
mhm.
You know,
Lunch. Yep.
but noon on the East Coast, noon on the West Coast are different, and
Hmm.
so there is a long period in there where, um and it doesn't necessarily drop, but it shifts. The people that are at work and can only get on during their lunch hour are there for 1 hour, and I better be running stuff fast, but the people that have been with me all day have taken a lunch break, and so it's like the numbers may stay close to the same, but it's a different audience. So it's kind of interesting that that happens kind of twice a day,
Right.
at noon and
Well,
at
and
night.
doing a 22.5 hour show and long shows like I do, you learn real quick there's a huge turnover, right?
Yep,
You
absolutely. Yeah.
you people drop and new ones are coming in. Every show I'm getting 30 or 40 new buyers, which is great. I love that. Because
Right.
guess what? They're following me. My numbers
Yeah.
on my bookmarks are going up. More people are showing up to my shows.
Right.
But doing longer shows, listen, just get going. Cover up the number up top and run like every item's going for 10 or $15. Okay. In the beginning, it might be a little slow, but I want you to just keep running things. If you can't afford to start it at $2, run everything at $5, run everything at $6, $7.
Absolutely.
But the routine and the practice is what
Absolutely.
you're learning and gravitating towards.
100%. Yeah.
Okay.
SG Tron asked a question that I'd really like to answer if that's okay with you, Brock.
Absolutely.
SG Tron said, "What is the one or two things you wish you knew when you started selling?" And honestly, I wish I had known that I didn't have to be perfect, that it's okay to make mistakes. I put a lot of pressure on myself in the beginning, and I see a lot of new sellers do that all the time. Think, "Oh my gosh, what if I mess up?" So what if you mess up? Nobody's gonna die. It's just jewelry. Just laugh it off and move on. You don't have to be perfect. This is a learning process. Nobody
Mhm.
expects you to do your first show and not have mistakes. I'm on my I don't know how many shows now. I make a mistake every show or 12 or 20, every single show. But had somebody told me that in the beginning, it would have taken a lot of pressure off, and it would have made it a lot more fun from the very beginning. So, I wanted to just share that. I wanted to address that real quick. Um, just be yourself, um, have fun, enjoy the process. If you don't enjoy it, you're gonna burn out. And so enjoy the process. Know that you don't have to be perfect. Know that you will sit in a dead room. We all do it. Well, you may not have brought okay, you're an exception to the rule, my
I've never
friend.
sat in a dead room from day one. But again, I was willing to take the gamble. My investment initially, when I started doing my first shows, understand this. I started picking up things out of my house. I didn't go out and buy a bunch of inventory. I said, listen, it's going to
Yeah,
bring whatever it's going to bring. And I just started from day one. I have ran everything at $1, not caring. And again, everybody's like, it's so hard. These big sellers, listen, a year ago, I didn't know what the heck I was doing. Okay.
No,
I just started picking stuff up out of my house. I'm like, all right, it's for sale. You know, my first show, I did seven, eight, $10,000 in sales. I loved it. You know, I was addicted from day one. Like, all right, I'm gonna ship all this day two. Let's run another one. Um,
cats.
I think the main thing is to have fun.
Yeah,
If you
I
hate
agree.
what you do, you hate getting up in the morning and driving to work, you know that feeling. If you just have fun, people see that, they feel that.
It's infectious.
It is infectious, like a smile. If somebody else is smiling, it's really hard not to smile, right?
Right.
Um, the main
Cats.
thing I'll tell any new seller, and so she gave you hers, and I'm going to tell you from my point. The best thing is to get those shipping profiles understood. That way, it does not cost you a lot of money. Okay. Because if you don't set that up correctly, it can be very costly to you as a seller. Number two, realize for two shows, 13 hours, 13 and a half hours, and an 8-hour show, I was going in and manually creating a new temporary listing for every item I sold. Okay. And a very nice person on this platform jumped in my show and she said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm creating a new listing." And she goes, "Oh no, Brock, you've been doing what?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm creating a new listing. Let me walk you through it. Let me show you how to do this." And so she did. And that is this community. Realize that. Tell people, hey, listen, it's my very first show. More than
Mhm.
likely, there'll be somebody in your show that's a seller on here. Am I doing this right?
Yeah.
No, you need to do this. And that's
Right.
okay. Hey,
Right.
I'm
It's
creating, right?
But that goes right back to saying it's okay to not be perfect. It's
Hmm.
okay to just put yourself out there because this
Yeah,
community is so wonderful and so supportive that they will be there for you. And yeah, absolutely. We all start somewhere, exactly. Um, and I just think it's really important for you to know that nobody expects perfection, and if they do expect for perfection, they certainly aren't my tribe because I'm
mhm,
not perfect. I'm far from it, and that's okay. They'll find somebody who is their tribe. You just have to be yourself, and you just have to, you know, be honest, be yourself, have fun at it, enjoy what you're doing. It's infectious. You'll find your people. It takes time, friends. This
it
is
does.
not Glam with Emma, thank you so much for that raid, sweetheart. We appreciate you so much. Glam with Emma has 4.4 thousand items sold, 1-day shipping, and a 5.0 review. Thank you so much, honey. We appreciate that.
Thank you
Um,
so much.
my pleasure. Thank you, Emma. Um, s- can I share? Can I promote Brock? Is that okay?
Absolutely. You do whatever you want.
Okay,
You need
thank
access
you.
to my account, just go for it, girl.
No,
I'll put you on there, supervisor.
I have a really big show coming up tomorrow, as a matter of fact. And if you don't mind, I'd like to take just a second and be a little selfish here and promote myself. Um, Tomorrow, I am celebrating my buyers. Tomorrow, I celebrate 2 years on Whatnot and 50,000 items sold. And we are doing a give back show. The truth of the matter is, I wouldn't have sold one item without all of my customers.
Mhm.
So I'm doing a give back show tomorrow. I will have 52 giveaways. Some of those are $50 Amazon gift cards. Thank you so much, friends. I appreciate that. I want to invite everyone to come and enjoy the fun. We're going to have games and giveaways and all sorts of prizes. And it is to celebrate
Amazing.
you and thank you all so much for the support over the last 2 years. This has been an absolute thank you, Emma. I love you too, honey. This has been an absolute whirlwind. I had absolutely no idea 2 years ago when I hit that start button the first time that, this I'd be sitting here today doing
Right.
this with you. I had no idea. I had no
It's
idea.
fun, isn't it? It
Oh
is
my god.
absolutely listen, we love selling things, and you are a lot like me. We've had this conversation several times. Listen, we
Thank you.
love selling things. We love being part of something, being part of community. We love helping. We love seeing the stories of success. So many people have
Henny,
started in here after me and they've come in, they're like, listen, thank you so much. And they're bypassing me. You know, they got 50, 60,000 followers now on our list. They started by coming, Scuba Steve, by coming in my show and learning and taking that information. I love to see people bypass me. Okay.
oh, me
I don't know
too.
what their numbers are, but I love seeing that they've got 100,000 cells and I step in their show and I can't afford anything, right? I love seeing that. I, I'm very honored, right? And
I absolutely agree with you. There is
I love it.
no bigger flattery than to see somebody that I mentored and helped get
Mhm,
started on this app, and now they're, making a living at this and doing
mhm.
so well. What an honor to be able to help people the way that I've been helped on this app. I had
Yep.
mentors that helped me, and um it's just it's so rewarding to be able. Thank you. Thank
Go
you.
in, and I'm very, very serious. If you're a jewelry seller, a new one, and you're trying to get started, right here's the lady. Like she set it up for you guys, and that is for primarily new jewelry sellers is why she created that raid train. You will see a lot of very successful people jump on this train right here and grow. And I don't
Mhm.
do a lot of raid trains because listen, I'm just not a raid train guy. I don't like doing 30 minutes or an hour. I just can't do it. That's just not me. I like to do 13 hours. Um, and I capitalize on people shipping once they paid that shipping. I want them to get a lot of
Thank you.
things. And so, but
Yeah.
right there, that gives you a chance. What do you run? Like an hour or is it 2 hours? I
Well,
forget.
okay, I wanna stop for 1 second because there's
Okay.
a few changes I need to talk about. But before we do that, Gina Links, honey, I would love for you to send me a message. Let's chat. Um, I wanna help you with this. So send me a private message. I'll mentor you. Um, so I started. Now let's move on. I started the treasure trolley. My pleasure, honey. I want to help you. Seriously, it's simple. You got this. We can do
Now
it
she's
together.
pretty booked up. I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of new jewelry sellers realize that that's what this is, and so spots. You can't be picky. Whatever she tells you, like, listen, you're coming on at 12:30. Don't say, "Oh, I don't want to do that." If she gives you a spot, jump on there. I'm being the bad guy on the flip side of this for her
I just
because she
I
is
just
so
meant
nice and easy. She's going to give you a spot and say, "Listen, this is your spot on here." If you pass it, she's gonna put somebody else in that spot because there are so many people, and I know she's booked out probably how many shows now? A month or two?
absolutely rhinestone. Okay, so let's talk about the raid train. I was talking personally. I want to mentor her, rhinestone. Absolutely, anybody can message me, and I will do what I can to help you. Okay, now let's talk about the treasure trolley. I started the treasure trolley a year ago in June. Um, and I love it. My idea was that sellers spend too much in shipping when it's a very short show, changing from buyer to buyer to, or
Mhm.
the buyers spend too much in shipping, changing from seller to seller. So I wanted a longer raid train. I also didn't like that raid trains had so many rules. You couldn't run your own business. You had to give away a certain amount. You had to start at a certain price. Okay, truth of the matter, I don't like being told what to do. Okay, I like to run my business the way I wanna run my business, and so I
Yeah.
didn't want all those rules. I also didn't like that um, a lot of the raid trains excluded new sellers. Well,
Mhm.
I wanted to help new sellers. I didn't want to exclude them. So when I started the treasure trolley, I wanted it to be a scheduled trolley. It runs every single Monday. I wanted it to be, we're aiming for 24 hours. Right now, we're from 4 a.m. Pacific time till midnight. So we're almost at 24 hours. We're not quite there yet. Um, and I wanted every seller to have 2 to 4 hours, whatever fit their schedule. Okay, that
Mhm.
is a scheduling nightmare, I'm not gonna lie. And we're dealing with um, all these different time zones, and it's a scheduling nightmare.
Mhm.
Now, as of about a month ago, I have gotten so busy that I had to step away from the treasure trolley. So Davis Family Jewels, my friend Kelly, good friend of mine, and she's doing a fabulous job, is now running the treasure trolley. I will make guest appearances on occasions, but Kelly is doing all of the work for the treasure trolley. And if you don't mind, I'm going to take her. So
Absolutely.
if
Absolutely.
an if anybody wants to reach out to her, you certainly can. Let me see. And it's Davis Family Jewels.
And as she says that, let me throw this out there. For
She's
new
doing a fan.
sellers, for new sellers, I love this rate train. And I'm going to be honest with you. I go on there and buy because you are new and I get great deals and I can buy from you. I realize this train is all newer sellers. One, you have a lot of new merchandise that is new to the platform. It's not been rotated
Right,
3 or 4 different people. But two, I'm able to get great deals. You don't have the following yet. And I can
right.
jump in here and I can buy it from you and make 10, 15, 20%.
Mhm.
Realize that happens. Don't be mad, right? You might see me buy something from you and put it on my platform and I might get double for it. Are you happy you got the money? Absolutely.
You
Am I
better be.
looking? Am I buying? Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And so that happens a lot. I'm always looking for a great deal. So are you. And so that goes into the conversation. I've seen it 3 times now. And somebody wrote me about this sourcing. Okay. A lot of people are not going to share what I'm fixing to share. Okay. Sourcing. I want you to go to your local thrift stores. I want you to go to your local Facebook marketplace, put ads out there. I want you to go to your local pawn shops, drop a card off. Don't tell nobody you're doing whatnot. Okay. Yeah. Drop a card off at your local pawn shop. Say, listen, I know you don't buy costume jewelry, but I do. Okay. Somebody comes in and they got a bunch of costume jewelry. Here's some cards. Give it to them. You know what I'm saying? In a couple days, send them a pizza. Okay. Send them a pizza. You don't hear nothing, walk in maybe in a week and say, hey, how was that pizza? Thank you for handing my cards out. Because then they know
Mhm.
you're serious.
Yep.
Okay. You've made that
Exactly.
connection. You've put some
You
food in their tummy.
establish a
You've done
relationship.
something weird. You've done something odd, and you've put that memory in their mind. Okay.
Mhm.
Pawn shops. There's all kinds of shows across this country. Uh, Facebook Marketplace is amazing. Put ads out there. You know, for me, I buy bulk. I'm not out having to source all the time. I buy 50,000 pieces at a time sometimes. And so I've
Mhm.
got a ton of it. Mix in new with old. Okay. If it's new, be honest, it's a new piece. But you will notice that mixing your shows up, especially in jewelry, you have a customer base for new stuff and you have a customer base for vintage stuff. Necklaces, bracelets, okay, have all of it and kind of just mix it all up. Run is vintage is doing great. Run vintage every 5 items, switch over and do a new piece. The new piece does nothing, lay off of it. Okay.
Mhm. Read your
But,
room.
you know, and also, as far as sourcing, there is so much stuff out there. Jump on this app. There are amazing deals, and you're supporting another seller.
Mhm. I
If you
do
think you can
I
buy it and double your money, go for it. Remember that you're going to lose no matter what about 12%. By the time you pack it and whatnot fees, you're losing about 12%.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Take that in
Well,
consideration.
you had a question about what's the average that you spend on bulk, and I wanna address that real quick. That 100% depends on what you're purchasing.
Quality.
Um,
Yeah.
Quality plus, the size of the items. I buy by the pound, and I'll just be flat honest with you, there's never a set price. I shoot for $10 a pound, and the why I say I shoot for that is if
You spend too
I
much.
Maybe, but I make money, so I'm
No,
okay
you're
with
good. I'm playing with
that.
you.
But I just use that as a bulk, as a generalized statement because I buy a lot of estates. So if I buy an estate, the person whose estate I'm buying has a style. Okay. If
Mhm.
her style is Chico's chunky necklaces, I'm only getting 3 or 4 items a pound. I'm not paying $10 a pound. I'm paying two. But
Right,
if her style is fine little gold plated necklaces, I might spend 20 a pound on those because there's hundreds. There you go, right?
right.
If it's all old vintage and really good condition, I might spend 50 a pound. So it's you can't just say there's a hard fast number. Okay. I can't. I do buy everything my little thrift store in town will, sell me. I live in a town of 800 people. It's very small. We have a little teeny tiny thrift store that literally is no bigger than this room I'm sitting in. They don't sell jewelry, but and this is a sourcing store. You have to think out of the side of the box what's available in your demographic area.
Mhm,
There's not much available in my area. And so one day I'm thinking, what about the thrift store? I know that people donate. They have more donations than they can handle. I know people
mhm.
donate, but they don't sell jewelry. What do they do with the jewelry? Well, they need to be selling it to me. So I did exactly what Brock said. I went down there and established a relation. I already knew the lady, everybody in the
And
town.
with that, try to buy it all. That way nobody else walks in the door on you.
I
I'll
don't,
take everything you got.
I
That
do.
way, because if you turn them away, they're gonna find somebody else, and that leaves opportunity for them to come in and cut
Correct.
you out.
And
So
the other
buy
thing
it
I
all.
do, I don't ever pick through it. The first time I bought from them, I paid up. I paid a lot of money for
Mhm.
and I lost money on that lot, but I did it intentionally because I knew
Yep.
I was establishing a relationship. I made a sizable donation to them, so they remembered my name. Now I
Mhm.
buy everything they get, $10 a pound. They call me, they say, I have a box of 50 pounds of jewelry. Okay, fine.
Yep.
I'll be down in 10 minutes, pay them cash, take my jewelry, go home, and I make big money on it. That is a great way to source. But it's something that I had to think outside the box to and work at and make an investment in the beginning to establish that relationship. It has
Mhm.
paid off 20-fold. Now they'll say, I have a 50-pound box, and I'll give them, $500. But really, it's more like a 70-pound box or an 80-pound box. Or
Right.
sometimes they'll just say, will you come get this jewelry? I don't know if it's any good. We're not going to charge you for this box. Oh, yeah, you bet I will. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Absolutely, I will.
And so
Um,
she's talking about, and I see your message in the chat. Listen, it happens. I know a lot of you new people don't like to hear this, but that's the truth behind it. But I will also tell you, out in the wild, I walk up to a table, did this last week. I was in South Texas and the guy had a bunch of watch fobs. He said, listen, what do you want for all of it?
right,
Well, what do you mean? What do I want? I'll take the whole table.
right.
With my eye, I said, listen, there's 50 of them here. What am I willing to pay per piece? I'm not going to sit here and check for each one to be gold or gold filled. Listen, what do you want for all of them? And
Yep,
I think his price up front was 2 grand. I said, listen, I'll be back in a minute. Went off, kind of noseyed around, came back, and I said, what do you want for all of them? $900. Sold. Do you want me to wrap
right,
those? No, I'm going to throw them in my bag and I keep on going.
yep,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
That is
100.
how I roll. I walk up, I eye it, I give it a thought process. Well, what am I willing to pay per piece? What's the average here? I'm not going to say that one's worth 160, that one's worth 80, that
Right.
one's worth 40.
Or you
Give
need
me a
to
flat
count
price
it,
for
how
all of
many
it.
pieces are there? No, don't do that. You just insult them. You just pay up and have faith that you have good judgment and that
Yeah,
it's gonna work out. And friends, you're gonna make mistakes. There's
yeah.
gonna be bad
We don't
buys.
make money every time, but I definitely overall,
But,
uh,
that's
my
a tax
investment's
write.
20% and I make 80% on everything I buy. Everything, you
Yep,
know.
yep. I because Brock convinced me to, I transferred to $1 starts, and thank you for that wonderful advice, my friend. It has done well for my business. Um, but, It was scary, I'm not gonna lie, because I have a solid business plan. If I may, Brock, um,
Absolutely.
I I don't charge for this. I'm not sending anybody away from the platform to buy anything, but if you need a free business plan tailored structured just for Whatnot, I have on my Facebook page, free to use, a business plan with instructions on how to fill it out, on my Facebook page, and you are welcome to download that, copy it, whatever. I established it just for, Whatnot,
Mhm,
tailored
mhm.
to Whatnot. Um,
And
part
perfectly within terms of service to do so. You're absolutely okay.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make
Absolutely.
sure.
As
But,
long as you're not directing traffic off or trying to circumvent fees,
nope,
and you're not trying, you're perfectly fine to do so. Again,
there's
I created,
absolute
just so you know, um, giveaways. I've seen some new terminology, guys. A lot of sellers have seen the email. If you read terms of service on those giveaways, pretty much Whatnot claims no responsibility for them. And so it's up to you as a seller to make sure that you're abiding by all state and federal regulations. And so make sure, for me, what I did is I created a giveaway, like pretty much a whole thing, abiding by the state of Oklahoma regulations, because so many people on the platform are violating state laws and federal regulations on giveaways because they're treating it as like a lottery system, and it's a big no-no. And so again, for me, I wanted to cover myself and make sure that I created pretty much a giveaway um, document that's shareable, and you can go to the website and read all the terminology and the laws and regulations, because you guys don't realize there's a lot of rules and regulations about giveaways. And so um, I did that just to cover myself, right? And
mhm. Now, I do know, Brock, because I have been in contact 7 times over the last week and a half since that email came out with Whatnot, because I have this big show coming up tomorrow, and I wanted to make sure that I was 100% compliant. As long as you are using the tool, and I've screenshotted their comment to me, as long as you are using the giveaway tool, that, legal jargon is
mhm.
included in the giveaway tool. You do not have to post that separately. That was very confusing in that email, and has been a big point of contention for a lot of the people that I mentor. And
And
but
again,
I did.
whatnot,
You just need to
again,
use the giveaway.
whatnot is not the state of Washington. Whatnot is
Right.
not the federal government. And so when you read that, they displace themselves from that. That's how they have it set up. But us as sellers and individuals, we have to make sure that we are abiding by all of our own state laws and regulations,
Correct.
right? And so that is
Right.
why I did what I did. Whatnot, you can say whatever you want to say. I'm going to abide by my state laws and my state regulations, because, again,
Correct.
one size does not fit all. And in the state of Oklahoma, I am required to post or make available to anybody that I do a giveaway. Some of those terminologies are the value, your chances of winning, and so age. There's certain states that you have to be 18. There's certain states that you have to be 21.
Right.
State of California, oh my goodness! Like, so, in that, yeah, you have an email from Whatnot, but also make sure you protect yourself, right? I
Sure.
don't want it
Yeah.
ever come back on me. And I'm sure Whatnot's like, listen, we're tired of people giving away giveaways and them not actually showing up. And so
Yeah.
they offer a
Yeah.
$10 credit, and they're like, listen, it has nothing to do with us, right? Like, we didn't offer the giveaway. But you have a lot of those people that manipulate that giveaway system. And I hate that, because I feel like at some point we might lose that. And a lot of my
Well,
followers come from giveaways.
yeah, right, and it gives the app a bad name,
Yeah.
and we have to protect that. I go back to this all the time in my community support show.
Mm.
For example, look at what happened to, Craigslist, okay? No fault of their own, people with bad intention used Craigslist for bad things, and now it's almost
It's gone.
non-existent.
Yeah, it's non-existent.
Right.
The federal government shut
Oh,
them
is it?
down. Yeah, it's
Oh, did they?
non-existent. Yeah.
Oh,
It
mm, okay. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, I'll have to look and see. I think it's still existent in my state. It was a few months ago because my son bought something off Craigslist a few months ago, but maybe not now. Anyway, yeah, I we do here in Washington, I believe so, but no fault of Craigslist. They did nothing wrong. The people
right,
that use the app did it wrong. We have to protect this app because
right.
if we don't have this app and something like that happens, we're all out of a job. So we've got to say something if we see something. If
Mhm,
you guys see somebody, misusing the app, selling things that are against the terms of service, bullying other people in their room, it's your duty to
mhm.
pr- to report them and to protect this app because if
Totally
not,
agree.
we're all out of a job, and I think it's really important that I got a cat off Craigslist in January. Okay, I think it is still available in some areas, is what I think, but I don't know that
Okay.
for sure. Um, how can
Well, and
people
and to take that
manipulate giveaways?
further,
They don't send.
Craigslist, YOLO bit, gone. There are so many, like, the federal government, if they think that there's something bad, they can come in and shut it down. And
Right.
so again, if they're not abiding by certain rules and regulations, and when you ask how do people manipulate it, so you go in and you win a giveaway and it's supposed to be for $100 gift card and they send you a sticker. That's manipulating because what they've done is they told everybody in the room, I'm giving this $100 away, and they've gotten all the following, and then they send you a sticker, right?
Yeah.
And so it's a really bad taste in the mouth, right?
It's
Oh,
still available in Washington.
I don't.
Just check.
I'll have to go look here. I don't know
Just
if it
check.
is here in Oklahoma. Again, I live in a
Where
state where we have more casinos and more slot machines than any other state. Matter of fact, we have 10 times more than Las Vegas. We have the world's largest casino. So
really?
laws regulating gambling and lottery or lottery are huge here.
Right.
And so again, I personally, as a business on Whatnot, I'm going to make sure I abide by all those rules and regulations, no matter what
Absolutely.
Whatnot says. Like, listen, I don't want the federal government ever knocking on my door. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So, or you have people saying, "I'm going to do." This is another manipulation, and I see this almost every day. This is lottery. Okay, I am going to give away a what are those kick things, or I'm going to give away $100 gift card to Amazon, and it's a buyer appreciation. Go buy the sticker. That is that is a no-no. Buy the sticker, buy the sticker. That's the only way you can get in this giveaway.
That's a
Listen, that's
lottery.
a big no-no. That's a
Yep.
lottery by doing so or
Mhm.
stating that.
Mhm.
And so you're forcing somebody to buy something super cheap. It's like going to the casino or going to the store and buying a Powerball or going to the store and buying a Mega. You have to buy this in order to win, right? You're buying numbers. Federal government, that's how they look at that. Okay. And so I'm real careful. I don't ever do a buyer's giving.
White House mom, where are you? I'm in Eastern Washington near Spokane. Um, the other thing that I think they're really cracking down on for sellers is you have to show the item that you're giving away. Okay.
Mhm.
You cannot just say, oh, I'll give you something. You have to actually show the item. And they prefer that you leave it in screen the entire time that the giveaway is running. So keep that in mind. That's a little bit different than the way it used to be. I think it was always in the terms of service. They just maybe didn't police it as much as they are right now, but you have to show the item that you're giving away. There cannot be a surprise.
Mhm.
You can give away an envelope that says, you know, pick an envelope, one, two, or three. As long as you keep the envelopes in front of the camera, the buyer picks and you open it in front of the camera. And there's something in there, or, a claim of an item or a gift
Right.
card. like that. You can do that. But if you aren't sure, reach out to Whatnot Support and ask them directly because the suspension that or the I don't want to say suspend the penalties are you can lose the tool for up to
The
6
giveaway.
months or
Yeah.
indefinitely, the giveaway tool. You can get your account suspended or permanently shut down.
And
So
it's a
they're
basis, it's
messing
a
around.
account to account basis. They review
Yep,
that on account to account basis. There's no
and they're
like set
not messing
rules.
around.
This is what we're gonna do. Yeah. And
So
again, you know, I
it's
there's
just
a lot of
common
big
sense.
sellers talking about this, and they're like, listen, nothing's changing. I'm like, listen, I don't care if it's changing or not. My state rules
Right.
are my state rules, and I'm gonna abide by those. And I'm not gonna even play with the gray area here. Is it
Mhm.
okay on the platform? You're not going to get kicked off by doing so. Everybody's doing it, right? But again, um, I highly suggest you look into your local and federal laws and see what's required of you. And
Right.
that's how I'm going to
100%.
leave it because I can't speak on Whatnot. I'm not Whatnot. I am just a seller on the platform, and I'm
Right.
not speaking for Whatnot. I'm just telling
100%.
you, this is me. Okay.
But the customer service is always there, friends. If you
Yeah.
have questions,
Mhm.
just reach out to customer service. They'll get to you. Kind of takes a day or two. They have a lot of people, but
Within 48 hours normally.
yeah,
They normally
yeah,
respond within 48 hours. You get an email on your direct email. Make sure you check your spam if you're not seeing one after a couple days because they normally respond within 48 hours. Silver Fine Jewelry, thank you so much for your raid. This is Caroline. Caroline, 5.0 rating, has sold over 4,000 items, has about 7,000 followers. Her next show is going to be, make sure you have another show scheduled. Anytime you do one show, schedule another show. Thank you so much for your raid. We appreciate you. I'm currently co-hosting Rustic Rose Jewelry. Make sure you guys are all following her. Please, please, please take just a moment, go into her account and follow her and bookmark her show tomorrow. She's doing a giveaway thing, giving back to all of you great people. How many giveaways are you doing? 40
fif-
something? 50?
52. Yep,
52.
52.
Okay.
Here's how I got to that number 50,000 items sold, 2 years on Whatnot. We're doing 52 giveaways.
What's your Facebook page?
Rustic Rose on Whatnot with spaces between the words, and it has my same little flower logo as you see up there by Brock's logo at the top.
Okay. So just rustic rose, and you'll see a bunch of rustic rose, and just look for that little symbol if you can't remember that last part.
Yep. So
Thank you. It was
I
my
s-
pleasure serving this country.
I seen in the chat somebody asked, "Well, how do you know when to go to $1 starts?" Can I share that for a little bit?
Go right ahead.
You don't until a good friend kicks you in the butt and says, "Do $1 starts. You're missing the boat." So I did $3 starts. Um, I didn't do my first $1 start until Thanksgiving of this year, and
Mhm.
I'm right now celebrating 2 years on Whatnot, so a year and 3 quarters on the app before I did my first $1 start show, and I did it, honest to goodness, because Brock, pushed me and kept saying, "You really need to do $1 starts. You really
But she
need to
has
do."
enough of following, so understand that too. She's at a point where she has a good following. New
Absolutely.
sellers don't start at a dollar. Start at $2 at least.
Please don't,
You'll get a
please
dollar
don't.
28 out of the sale if it sells for $2. You sell it for a dollar, realize your fees are 8%, 2.9%, and 30 cents per transaction. You're gonna get like 41 cents. So I'd much rather you start at $2 and get a dollar 28 than 41 cents. Okay.
100%, 100%. Um, I did a $1 start. I think you got a raid.
Did
Oh,
I?
you already
I
addressed
called out one
you
raid.
already called it out, yeah. Um, I I did $1 starts because Brocker urged me to on one show, on my Thanksgiving celebration show, okay? So I thought, "Okay, I'll test the water and see how this goes." And I had a phenomenal show. And so I thought, "Okay, I'm gonna see So I put out this tentatively, I'm gonna keep doing $1 starts for the first of the year, and then I'm gonna reevaluate and see. And you guys, honestly, I gotta tell you, I'm an open book. I'm gonna call it like it is. Okay. The $1 starts when you're at our level with a bigger following are 100% a gimmick. Okay. For one, when there's
Mhm.
40, 50, 60 people in the room, it's not going to sell for a dollar. That's why you don't do it until you have that big of a following.
You've
But
created a demand, is what you've done. You've
mhm,
made it the this is she says gimmick. It's not really gimmick. You've created, and I won't say again, the word is fine, the word gimmick is fine, but what we've done is created the demand. When you start at a dollar, the value is what somebody is willing to pay for it.
absolutely.
That's the
Mm,
thought process. Okay. I don't put everything out in front of everybody because listen, I don't need you going over and saying, listen, this sold on eBay for 50 bucks. I'm only willing to spend 25. Okay. To me, it a year ago it might have sold for 500. Tomorrow it might sell for 1,000. The price evaluation on items I sell are what somebody is willing to spend for it. So take that into consideration. Okay. New sellers don't start at a dollar, start at two. Okay. If you can't afford to do it two, start at three, four, five. I would say the magic number is when you have 20 or 30 people in your room. That's my
right.
my thought process on $1 starts.
But it still is a little bit of a gimmick.
Yeah, I
And
understand.
I'm gonna stick by that word. And the reason that I think it's a gimmick is you put the $1 starts in your title. I went from 20, 30, maybe occasionally 40 people in my room to 60, 50,
Yep.
60, 30, 40, 50, 60. Okay. When there's that many people in your room and that $1 start in my title brings those people in my room. When there's that many people in your room, there is
It's never
more
gonna
chance
sell
that
for a
those
dollar.
right. There's never. And if it did sell for a dollar or if it didn't sell at all, I probably should have never put it in front of the camera in the first place. So there's that. So Brock was 100% right in kicking me in the behind and telling me to do this. 100% right. And thank you for that, my friend. You
Absolutely.
boosted my business greatly, and I appreciate that so much.
And the
Um,
concept here to lengthen this just a little bit on this is what will happen is that if you get to this point and you do the dollars, okay, people will bid and buy more, but they also realize that that's how you do things. I hate going into shows and there's a set price on everything. Normally, you're cheating yourself out of money because you might have started at $10 and it sold at $10. But if I would have started at a dollar, it would have brought 20.
right.
Okay.
100%.
In my
Mhm.
shows, not everybody does this either. Is if it doesn't sell, I keep adding stuff to it till it goes home with somebody. So you realize that you will never see the same item in my shows ever again. It is going home with somebody tonight.
Mhm.
And people get that. Again, I've been a professional auctioneer and done this for 20 years. Okay. That is how I roll. I'm not going to put it in a drawer and try to sell it next show. If you want it, you
Right,
better get it now.
right.
You bid or it's gone. Right.
Yep.
And you force the demand and the issue.
And if I do have an item, so in my 11 and a half hour show the other day, I had 4 items that did not sell throughout the whole 11 and a half hours. What I do, the very last thing I run, I throw those 4 items on the
Yep.
table and I run all 4 at a buck because I am
Mhm.
not putting them away. And they sell almost always. Um, and if they don't, I mean, I don't think I've ever had one not sell, but if they didn't
That's
sell, it
me.
would
Yeah.
because they should go in my scrap bin anyway. So,
And every
okay.
now and then, I like people getting a deal, and that's what I tell people. Somebody will come in. I sold an Alfred piece yesterday for 79, $82 or whatever, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, it's on eBay for $300 or $400." Listen, I don't care. If somebody makes money off my show, they come in and buy from me and resell it. Guess what? I've just created a lifetime customer.
Right,
I made
exactly.
money. They make money, they're going to come back and buy more and realize that I don't have set prices and there's money to be made in my show. I do sell things for a dollar and I absolutely love it. I'm like, because guess
Yeah,
what? That's free advertisement for me. Listen, I
right.
can still come in here and get things for a dollar. It's not crazy. I mix up the quality of my show as well. It's not just all high end three, $400 pieces. I have $5 items and I have $1,000 pieces. When it comes up, I don't know. Whatever I grab out of the bag back here is what's going on. I don't sit
Mm,
here and say, this is good, this is bad. I shove it all in one big bucket, pull out of the bucket. Here you go. Sometimes in front of folks, I do have maybe 20 really good items where people are like, listen, this is really good. They'll go research it. If it's $1,000 item, I want you to go do all the research you possibly can because I want the most of the money I can possibly get out of it. Okay. I'll throw it in front of your face. If I've got 14 karat gold, I want you to see it. If I have a
mhm.
$6,000 Navajo necklace set in here, I want you to see it. If I have a piece of Juliana set in here that's worth $300 or $400, I want you to see it. Okay. But again, you might be in my show at 3 o'clock in the morning and I might pull something out of the bucket and I let it go. I want people to stick around and realize
Right.
there's deals throughout the entire show.
Exactly,
You know,
exactly. So Rhinestone Diva said I sell high end, so I can't do that. My jewelry was my personal collection of over 30 years for the most part. Okay, and I love that for you. And what I want to ask you though is have you have you done comps on them? Here's what I find, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but I'm just asking questions. Here's what I find. Um, we have to take the emotions out of business.
yep.
Just because it was your grandma's or your personal collection, I can't pay for that emotional attachment to it. So, what I
Hmm.
would caution you is just make sure you're taking your emotions out of the business and make sure that you have been on selling on Etsy for 14 years. Okay, great. Good for you. I just wanted to make sure because if you were a new seller, maybe you hadn't thought of that, but it looks like you have. So good for you. But that's one thing that I know I run into when I'm sourcing a lot is people say, but this is my grandma's collection and it's got to be worth, $50,000. Well, it might be to you, but to
But
me, I can pay $10 a pound. Um,
inventory
and
sitting on your shelf is doing you no good. You're either willing to let
exactly.
it go or you're not. If you need a
Exactly,
certain price for it, throw it in your bin and put the price on it. Okay.
exactly.
If you can make expensive items, I get where you're coming from. Okay. If you can make 10 or 15%, or if you have to take a little bit of loss on it, not a huge loss, take the loss, put that cash back into something else you're going to make money on. If it sits
Yeah.
in your shelf for the next 2 years, you've just lost the interest on that money.
Mhm.
Don't
It's
play
called
around.
dead it's
Yeah,
called dead inventory, and dead inventory kills small businesses.
absolutely.
Um, when I set up my business plan, I started talking about this earlier and got sidetracked, sorry. When I set up my business plan, I wanted to run my business, like you said, off of successful businesses in the America.
Mhm.
So I did my research, and the three largest um, retailers in America are Home Depot, Walmart, and Costco. What do? They sell more items at a smaller profit margin, but make more money because they're keeping that inventory. Me
That's
too.
what I do.
So I decided I wanted to use them as my business model, and I target resellers. So was doing the $3 starts and kept them at that, and I ran everything at $3, and now I'm doing $1 starts, and that fits my business plan even better. So when
Mhm.
you fill out that business plan, remember that is fluid. You are going to change that as you grow and as you establish more. I'm not saying $10 is too much. 10
Nope.
it's I'm not saying that. I'm saying for me, that was not where I wanted to be.
Yeah.
But for you, $10 is probably exactly right. The thing I want to encourage people is especially new sellers, and I really am passionate about supporting the new sellers. You need to price that item at the Start the item at the minimum you're willing to sell it for, because
Yep.
that's probably what it's going to sell for.
But try
And
not to do an entire show of that, okay? Because it's really, and what I say is, if you start everything at $20, I'm probably moving on. If
I
I come
agree.
in and you have $2 starts, and then every now and then you have a $10 start or $5 start, absolutely I'll stick around. But if everything starts at $20 or $30 or $50 and there's no meat left on that bone, I'm not sticking around because I know there's another show where I can make money. So you want to
But
capture me as a buyer, show me, you know, that you have, and it doesn't have to be big expensive things. Okay, it doesn't have to be $100 items. If I can come in and buy something at $2 or $3 and turn around and sell it for 4 or 5, I'll stick around. That's a return on my revenue. And if
Mhm.
you get me in, you get me to buy one item,
You're
I'm
staying.
ready to buy
That,
4 or 5, 10 items. So once you
yeah, right.
capture Brock, I'm sticking around because I'm going to get a return on my investment on that shipping. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Um, what I the $10 start for new sellers, okay? What I don't want you to see anybody that I mentor do is buyer shaming, what I call buyer shaming. Start it at $3 and then be mad at the buyer because they didn't pay more. That isn't their fault. That is yours for not starting it at what you needed to have. So
Right.
please be cognizant of that. I will
You'll
leave
see it
a
in a lot of other categories,
mhm.
shoes, the packs, in the jewelry category. I don't see a lot of it. It
I don't
is
see a
the
lot.
fastest way to get rid of me is yelling, screaming, a lot of cussing. If you drop the GD, I will block you and just let you know. I don't want to ever hear the GD word. I'm done with you.
Mhm.
Okay. And it's
Exactly.
nothing personal, but I'm a believer. I'm a Christian. I love God. And it offends me and I'm done. I will not, I'm done. Okay. GD word, you got me. I'm done. Um, but and I love you so much because you bring, like, these are all thought processes for me, but I forget a lot. Every week I do a reset, and having you on kind of like triggers that thought process for me. So I love this conversation because I'm like, I forget so much in my help shows, and you trigger the thought process. It comes back to me when you say something. I don't know if you know that. Like, I love setting, you're like, listen, listen, go for it. You're going to trigger something here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love that
Well,
about hosting.
and you do the same for me, so I think that's a win-win for both of us, so thank you for that, I appreciate it. If they get great deals, be happy for them, 100% Faye West, 100%. And
And you've
if you
just created a customer for a lifetime. So
right,
many times, I too, I'm like, listen, I invested $70 in this and it sold for 50. But that's one out of item out of 20 or 30. It's
right,
okay, right?
right,
In the long
exactly.
run, all I care about is that number up in the top right, my total sales. If
Uh-huh,
I've invested $2,000 and my thing says $10,000, I've just made $8,000 in 13 hours. Where can you do that in the world without having a master's or specialist degree?
absolutely, 100%. Nowhere, right here, that's it.
I
That's
can be the
it.
dumbest person in the world with no, and I look over there and I've made 8 grand, right? Like, hello, Gina. What would it take you if you went to work today, Diane? You were a nurse, probably made 20, 30, $40 an hour, right? You don't have to tell us. But if you work 10 hours,
I'll tell you, I topped out when I retired, I topped out at $27 an hour as charge nurse of a rural ER.
$270 a day minus taxes, you might have been bringing home 220, 230 a day. With the 10 hours on this platform, what can you make? You do the math, you guys. Like, if she did
5,000
$400,
on an
if she did
average day.
$400 or $500, she just doubled her pay a year. She does $2,000 in sales. And we're talking about return on investment. So maybe she spent $1,000, she had a $5,000 show, she just made 4 grand, right?
Mhm, mhm.
Minus fees, whatever. Okay. What would it take for each and every one of you in the room if you went to work today and think about this, and worked a 10-hour shift, minus your taxes, minus your insurance, what can you make on this platform? It's up to you. The sky's the
Well,
limit. There is no capping out here. You understand
right.
that?
Well, and here's the deal, okay? If you work a pay by the hour job, there's a maximum you can make. You work, you know, even if you work 12-hour shifts, I used to work 12-hour shifts. So even if you work
Mhm,
12-hour shifts, you might be able to pull a shift and a half in a day, but you can't do any more than that. There's a max that you can make being paid by the hour. There's not a max on this app. There's not a
mhm.
max to what you can make. You are limited only by your inventory and your following. That's the only limits there are. The only way to make more money on this app is to run faster, stay on longer, get
And
more
make
people in
friends.
your
Yeah,
and make
and make
friends and
friends.
do your legwork.
Yeah.
There's no limit. You can't um, they're not even honestly, in my brain, it's not even compatible. It's not even
Mhm,
comparable
mhm.
because you are capped. There's only 24 hours in the day
And
when
guess
you work
what?
a by
You're
the
sitting in
hour.
your own office. You can get
Yeah,
up and go get a refreshment. You can turn on whatever kind of music you want. You're free. You have
right.
no mean old boss or
You can look
manager screwing with you, telling you to go in here, do that, do this. The pressure is only the pressure you put on yourself. And
right,
you want to talk
exactly.
about adrenaline rush? Spend $10 or $11,000 on a Bakelite collection and make 40,000 in
Good for
22
you.
hours. You want to know how I did 22 hours? I'm looking up my number and I'm going 37,000. Actually 12,000, 15,000, 30,000, $40,000. In 22 hours I made $30,000,
That's a pretty good motivator, isn't it?
right? You're
Yeah,
going to kick
it'll
yourself in the
keep you
butt.
going.
And I'm not a huge salary. There's people on here that are making $1 million a day.
Mhm,
Okay.
mhm,
True story. Some of these
yep.
folks that have 1,000 people in
Not
the
me.
room, not me, not for sure I went in that tax bracket, just to be honest with you. But
Right,
the money's great. But listen, it comes with all kinds of other things. I like to fly under the radar here just a little bit.
right,
Um, what would that take you? How long would that take you as as a worker in the world to make?
right.
Right?
Well,
Think about that.
you made in one show, your profit in that show was equivalent to what a lot of people make in a year in the community that I live in. You did that in one day, in 22 hours. Friends, honestly. Now, in the beginning, is it gonna be like that? Not you, Brock, you're an exception to the rule. But to everybody else, in the beginning, is it gonna be like that? No. This is not a
No,
get rich quick scheme, friends. It is not.
no,
But
it is not.
in 2 years, will it be like that?
As long as you work at it and you keep
As long
going
as you
and you
work
don't,
hard.
quitters only quit. Remember that. Quitters
Right,
only quit. If something doesn't work for you, figure out how to make the changes that it does work.
right,
Okay.
exactly.
Figure out, surround. This is another thing. Success, and this is biblical, is who you surround yourself with. If
100%.
you put yourself with winners and you put yourself with positive energy and you put yourself with knowledge and you get into that clique and that friendship, I guarantee you, you will push yourself and you will skyrocket and you will succeed.
Yep,
Okay.
100%.
And it doesn't have to be, again, I didn't grow with a bunch of big time popular people. I surrounded myself with great minds, like minds. I've made some changes. People have gone and come and gone in my whatnot life, which is totally okay. Some of my mods have changed, but every day I surround myself with positive energy, positive thoughts. What is my next goal? And I enjoy every minute of it. I
Mhm.
wake up and I enjoy my job. I enjoy selling. I enjoy my freedom. I enjoy my family. I enjoy this country. I enjoy my God. That's success, right?
Absolutely.
It's not about the
Absolutely.
monetary value over there. It is what I am spending my life doing. Okay. I enjoy this. If I didn't
Right.
enjoy it, listen, I'm going to find something else. Right.
Right. Right.
And so that is success, not the value, not the money. That's great too. Don't get me right. I like to have nice things. I like to have a car that doesn't break down. I like to live in a nice home. Success is that's part of it, but I like what I do,
Right.
right?
Exactly. Exactly, 100%. And when you like what you do, friends, it's not a job.
I'll
And
get
that
my phone. Hold on.
resonates. Okay.
Keep going. I mean, get my phone.
Okay. And that resonates with people. If you truly enjoy what you're doing, hi, Relic. How are you, honey? If you truly enjoy what you're doing, it's not a job. And that resonates so big with people. Someone asked in the chat a minute ago, how do you do 10-hour shifts? Honey, it's hi Angie. It's like it's like running a marathon, okay? You don't wake up one morning and decide you're going to do 26 miles without training for it. So you start out with 2 or
Unless
4.
you like
Hi,
me.
Momo. Okay, well, I'm glad you were gone for that because hi, Momo. Oh, hi, sweetheart. He's got his treat. How cute is that?
He normally likes me
Oh
to
my
hold
god.
it.
He
Huh.
is too cute. What a sweetheart. But so it's not I was saying, Brock, someone asked about doing
Love
10-hour
you.
shows. How do you do that? And it's you have to train for it. Don't think that your first show you're going to run 10 hours. You will
No.
not.
Yeah.
You won't be able to. Shoot for 2 because at 2 hours you get boosted on the search algorithm. Actually shoot for
Mhm.
3 because at 2 hours you get boosted, people start coming in more and then you want that last hour to make some money. So
Again, I've
shoot
been posting this all night. As she states this, this is a new what not told most of you don't know about. Go in. This will show you, you can play with the hours and the times and the monetary values. This tool is set up by Whatnot. It is a super cool tool. And they did this to kind of help you new sellers say, hey, listen, if you can just run an extra 30 minutes over 2 hours, this is what we believe your numbers could be. Okay. Do a percentage on that. Okay. Did 2 hours. This was my number. If I would have ran just 30 more minutes, this would be my percentage over. Play with the numbers on this. It's a really neat, creative tool that they've done. And it's really to push you guys. Comfortable chair, comfortable shoes, comfortable atmosphere, have all your tools. Listen,
be organized.
oh,
Okay, well,
I'm super organized. My first
you
show, I was all glass and stuff. I got some painter's tape and I was writing the numbers on there when I went to ship. I will tell you, like I said, I did like a 13-hour show and it took me 2 days to ship it all. And at that point, I said, listen, there was a huge risk factor from point A to point B. I could do another glass show, but there's a risk factor with the shipping as far as I cannot control USPS. I said, what is small, what is easy to ship, and what brings good money? And I said, jewelry. Had no idea about jewelry. Okay. Had no idea about jewelry. It was something new. I'm still learning. I still don't know anything about it. Ask ask Lady K and ask. They're always telling me, listen, you just sold whatever. you know, you don't have to know everything about everything either.
you
People,
don't.
you don't have to be a know-it-all. Like
No.
people
But you
normally
do need to
know.
be honest.
Yes.
I I would so much rather buy a piece of jewelry where somebody says, "I don't know what this is," or "I don't know what this mark is," or whatever. Okay, that's all right because I do. But be honest. Show
Yeah.
it to me and let me decide. Don't try to say, "Oh, this is somebody," when I'm sitting here thinking, no, it isn't. That makes me doubt you and everything you say. But if
Yeah.
you just come right out and you
If you tell
say,
me every piece is
"I don't
Juliana and
know,"
it's not, If you're just honest and say, I don't know,
Right.
okay, great. You don't know, right? I do normally, right? I still sometimes guess, but if you call everything sterling and it's made in Pakistan yesterday or China, is it really sterling? I don't know. It's marked sterling. I haven't tested it. Again, it looks new to me. You might want to test this when you get it. This looks like a vintage piece to me. I'm not for sure. Don't say it's vintage if it's not vintage. If it was made in China
100%.
yesterday and it's beautiful brooch, but you flip it over and it looks like it's been part of a mold, it's junk metal. You bought it off Timu and you brought it to the platform. Just be honest,
Or
okay?
maybe you
Don't
bought
call it vintage.
innocently from someone that misrepresented it to you.
Mhm,
Just because someone said it was sterling doesn't mean it is. Okay. So just be honest about it. Let me
mhm.
decide what I'm willing to pay with your honesty. If you misrepresent anything, and I mean the smallest little thing, it casts a bad shadow over your entire show. So
Mhm.
just be honest. It's okay to not to know. And that's what I mean when I say it's okay not to be perfect. You don't need to know everything. You don't need to know every mark. You don't need to, know how to do everything on the app. You just need to be honest about it, and people will
Yep.
respect that and honor that and still buy from you and still follow you because they know you're I didn't know a darn thing about jewelry when I started selling it. Truth,
You're like me.
truth
It's
be
small.
told.
It's easy to ship, and I can put 50,000 pieces behind me, right?
Uh,
And I don't
I
have to
still
have a lot of room. I don't have to have storage units. I'm not picking up
100%.
anything heavy. I can outlast a clothing seller or somebody selling bulk packs 1,000 times. It is
Yeah.
me by myself, you guys.
Mhm.
There is nobody helping me. My wife comes in the next morning and does shipping now. That's not always been the case. But I do pretty much everything by myself. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's great about our category.
You need to
Every
hire
category is going to be a little crap. No, I'm not hiring nobody. I got a wife. She's free.
I
I've
don't,
got
so
kids
I have
that I
to
can
work.
write off $18,000 a year. I'm just saying, like, there's advantages of having kids legally. We won't go down that rabbit hole, but there's some legalities where your kids can work and you can write that off. So
Well, there you go. Yeah. Well, I don't have that. I don't have that I have children, but they're grown and have their own children. And so it's just me
nope.
here. So I hire shippers. I have 2 full-time employees that ship for me.
I love all these new jewelry sellers. I
Me
love
too.
it. You know
100%
why I
me too.
love it? Because we are creating a demand category. New people is great because guess what? You guys are all looking for stuff. You're buying stuff. You're trading stuff. Like, listen, you go to a flea market, there's only 5 booths. I don't want to go back there. You come to a
Right.
category and there are so many options. I love it. I
Exactly.
absolutely love it.
Well, and the other thing is you're too young for this, but there used to be a commercial. It was for Suave shampoo, and it said, "You tell for 2 friends, and they tell 2 friends, and they tell 2 friends." And then, they showed the pictures and the screen all filled up. Same thing here. Yes, we need all of these jewelry sellers because they're bringing their friends to the app. We're making the app stronger. We're
They're bringing
making
their
fun.
mamas, their aunts, their uncles, their coworkers, their church members. Like, listen, we love it. Keep on joining our category. We have the
Exactly.
best
So much
category,
so
and
it
we
does.
will police you. I'm letting you know. We will keep you on the right path, and we will call you out when you need to be called out. That is how we keep our buyers for this category. We will weed out the bad. We kind of self police ourselves. We do report, and you get a bad rap, you get a bad rap, and you won't last. So as long as you're doing everything by the book, listen, you'll do great in our category. You will make lots of money. But just always be upfront, be honest, try to respond. You want to be successful. Having a customer just one time is not your goal. You want a lifetime customer.
100%. Yeah.
I go
I
above and beyond. Somebody is a great buyer. I throw in extra stuff. I take care of them. I'm not bugging the crap out of them. I'm not sending them all this spam crap. They like me because they like me. They know when they come to my show, they're going to get great deals. There's an honest sell going on. You want to call them out?
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for the raid. This is Baby Blue Got Bling, 5.0 rating. Her name is Amanda Perry. She has sold over 5,000 items, has about 2,500 followers. Next show is going to be tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Thrifty Thursday, vintage and modern. Baby Blue, I would definitely in your title. I don't know what I'm walking into. I know it says Thrifty Thursday. Might put in there like vintage clothing, which I see jewelry. So put in rings, diamonds, costume jewelry, precious metals, sterling silver. Again, when people go to the app and they search, if you have some of those in your descriptors as far as your titles for your shows, it becomes findable. So definitely, you know, you've sold quite a bit, but put some of those words into your actual show titles, okay? Thank you so much for your raid. We appreciate you.
Thank
Again,
you.
every Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, we are here with the famous rustic rose,
Not
looking
famous.
beautiful as always.
Oh gosh, you're
Uh,
flattering.
you know what I'm saying? I
You
love
need
it.
is one person that buys your items in a better. Yeah. Yeah, 2 people is great. That's all you need, 2 people that want the same thing. Doesn't have to be 40. Now your chance of getting those 2 people, if there's 40 people in the room, is higher, okay? But it doesn't have to be. So don't think if there's only and one don't think if there's only, 3 or 4 people in the room, it's gonna be a bad show. It's not. You have 3 or 4 people.
Yeah.
Show them what they want to see. Ask them what they want to see. Um, when you have a smaller group like that, you can cater to them. So
Mhm.
say, do you like gold tone? Do you like silver tone? Do you like chunky? Another thing that I saw a question earlier that said, what do the little yellow hearts do? Let's talk about boosting your show on the search algorithm. Okay. Um, is that okay, Brock? You're
Oh,
smiling.
go
Is
right
that
ahead. I love this.
okay?
I used to
So,
sell this little gadget that I don't sell anymore because I was asked not to sell it.
oh,
But
you
yeah.
were? I didn't. Oh, oops.
But tapping the screen is amazing. Tap the screen and go Google what does tapping the screen and whatnot do for you, and you will get the answer. It is part of the algorithm. Again, we didn't write the algorithm. We don't know what the actual algorithm does. There is something super cool coming. If you guys didn't know that, to the platform, and it's going to be like daily goals and. It is going to be a really neat process. Whatnot's already talked about a little bit about it, but it's coming out. But tapping the screen is going to be one of those things that helps you reach those daily goals. And once you reach those daily goals, it probably has something to do with the algorithm, is what I'm going to say.
So, how do you boost your show on the algorithm? You stay on a minimum of 2 hours. You keep your chat active and you have your followers tap the screen and get the little hearts floating up. Those are the 3 simplest ways to boost your search on the chat. No?
Jane, no, Jane has just asked a question. Jane, absolutely not.
What was it?
Does Should you pay to promote your show? No,
100% no.
no.
100%
All
no.
you're doing is giving somebody else money and it does you no good. Why?
Nope.
Any reputable seller is going to support you, just like we've talked about tonight. I want you to listen, going into these popular gimmicky things and paying somebody that has 200,000 followers to call you out. Um, One, they're probably not selling in your category. Two, all you're going to do is pick up Gibby Goblins. You want an organic following. So be
Mhm.
very careful of those gimmicks and those games that these big sellers utilize to capitalize on your being new. So I don't do it. You
Wait,
want a
I
good following? Organically get it. Come into Rustic Rose, come into my show and say, hey, can I promote myself in Red Chat or send me a DM? Again, there are ethics. Okay, not everybody feels the same way we do. Knock on the door before you enter it, so you don't get right or some hate spam in the thing. You just never know about people. But again, invest in their show, come in and help, hang around, understand who they are. Don't just come in and say, hey, I love it when people hang out for just a minute and, hey, Brock, do you mind? Absolutely, go right ahead. Ethics. There's etiquette and ethics to doing that. You
100%.
just come
And
into
I
my
think
chat and say, hey, can I promote? You've already done it. So red chat, DM, ask one of the mods because yeah, you get away with it in my show or Rustic Roses, but you go into some of these other folks, they might block you, they might kick you out, they might jump you. And so,
so there's questions on how do you red chat? How do you how do you get a muted message? So let's say you come into a room and there's nothing in the show notes and you want to know if it's okay to promote. First off, read the show notes. A lot of sellers, if they don't want you to promote, will put it in their show notes. If not, type boobs or type PayPal
yeah.
in your message and say, may I promote? If you ask in the chat, can I promote my show where everybody can see it? You pretty much already promoted your show, and some people get upset about that. Now, I want to say I love it when people share and promote their shows in my shows. I know Brock
Mhm.
does too. Um, and why? Because it benefits both of us. The more active my chat is, the higher I get boosted on the search algorithm. So you're helping me as well as helping you get followers. So come into my shows anytime and share your show anytime I'm on. I do want to, there, we've got some muted messages going on.
There you go.
So
Try it
only
out. Type in PayPal. You will not get in trouble. We will
you
not
want,
get in trouble.
no,
In the
uh-uh.
jewelry category, if you're a woman and this is offensive to you, I'm sorry, but we use the word boobs, and I'll tell you why. It is breast cancer awareness. Women, it reminds them to check themselves. It has personally touched my family. It is Duff Carey's family. There are so many families out there. It's a reminder to not only women, but to men to do breast checks, lumps. And
Thank
so we
you.
use the word boobs, and I love that. And it's not to ever be offensive to anybody or any woman. It is something we started kind of during breast cancer awareness, and we feel that it's very important as you do shows, have a purpose, not only selling things, but have something you represent, whether it be AIDS, whether it be breast cancer awareness, whether it be the Children's Hospital, whether it be Star 988 suicide prevention. We all have stories, child abuse. Um, there are so many things we as a people, mental health, we this app has changed me in so many ways. I've had people call me. I've had people that are going through depression say, hey, can I call you? Call me. I'm no doctor, but listen, I've been through some stuff and I will give you my guidance. Okay. We can all make this world a better place.
And we
Having a
can use
purpose,
this platform to do that.
to be a
Um,
voice.
To be a
Absolutely.
voice, absolutely. I share all the time. I am a breast cancer survivor, and I am so fortunate that they caught my cancer very, very early. I had a double mastectomy, but I did not have to have chemo or radiation. And I share that all the time because I want to encourage every woman out there to get those mammograms, get your tatas checked, ladies. Early prevention or early diagnosis is absolutely huge, and I'm living proof of that. Um,
Mhm.
so
And she's
please
still here,
check.
right?
Yeah, yeah,
She might have lost something, but she's still here. And I guarantee it, that daughter, those grandchildren, that husband, that church member, that that is a million times more important than losing my life to something I
right.
could have prevented, right?
Right,
Yeah, I might
100%.
have lost something, but listen, I'm still here. I'm still
Right.
living, right?
And
And
honestly, it's not that big a loss, to be honest with
Listen, I have a daughter and she's like a buck 10, right? There's nothing there. And she's like, listen, I don't want any. And I'm like, listen, you don't want any? Like, you're going to have kids someday. Nope, I don't want nothing. I like my mosquito bites. And I'm like, all right, girl, you go for it. She said, I ain't got to worry about the sweat. I ain't got to worry about anything. Like, I can just wear a normal t shirt. I can go around
Cheryl,
with no bra on. I'm like, oh my
right?
gosh, child.
Exactly. Hey,
She goes, Dad, you got bigger
I'm
ones than
feeling
me. What
it.
are you, a D cup? And I'm like, you little punk.
I want to address Cheryl's comment. Cheryl, thank you so much for that. Um, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry for me. I'm not sorry for me. I am so thankful that it was caught early, that I didn't have to go through chemo or radiation. I am 100% grateful to God for getting me there and getting the way it happened. It was a God thing. I don't be sorry. I'm not sorry. I now have an experience that I can share and hopefully help someone change someone's
Absolutely.
life. So don't be sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all. I
Listen,
am so
we all
thankful.
have things that happen to us, and you can either take it as a negative or you can make it a positive. And if
Absolutely.
we dwell on those things, every one of us has a story,
Mhm.
whether it be our childhood, whether it be abuse that we went through, whether it be drugs, whether it be depression, whether it be, we all have a story. And part of life is taking that story and those cracks and making it the most beautiful part of us.
And let me tell you, that's why I absolutely love pearls. Okay? I Pearls are this brainless creature makes a mistake and lets this little piece of sand enter their life. And instead of letting it kill them, they turn it into something beautiful. There you go. There's your story for life right there. If a pearl can do it, what can't I?
Is
I
that how
mean,
kids are made?
if a
Is it,
clam
hey,
can
is
do it, that's what can't
you were a
I?
nurse, birds and bees. Is that how kids are made? I'm
Oh,
just
Brock,
curious.
I am not going there with you. If you don't know by now,
My
honey.
kids are pearls? Is that what you're telling me here?
Yes. Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, they are. They're treasures. They're treasures.
They yes, expensive little treasures.
Exactly.
They're
I'm not going
lifetime
We're
treasures.
gonna stop this right I'm not doing birds and bees, Brock.
Come on. You were a nurse. Like, listen, I wondered how they came around. You know what I'm saying? They were little pieces of sand.
Come out to our farm. I'll show you how it works, okay?
It's your turn. You get to do this call out.
Okay. Oh, sure, because I can't pronounce the name. Uh, Chi how do I say it, honey?
DC.
Cici Hakadura. And I am so sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but thank you so much for the raid, friend. I appreciate you. You have 1,000 items sold, less than a day shipping, 5.0 review. Thank you so much for that raid. Appreciate you. And I'm sure I said your name wrong, and I'm so sorry.
Chaka. Chakurda.
Kurda.
Chakurda.
Chakur. Okay. Thank you so much, Chakurda, for that
Hey,
raid.
thank
I
you.
appreciate you.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right, my friend. I'm going to have to sign off for the night. Thank you for having me again. It was such a pleasure. I appreciate you so much.
One more time. Share
Okay.
what you got going on tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I have my 2-year anniversary and my 50,000 items sold celebration show, 10 a.m. Pacific time. I hope you'll all join me. I'm doing 52 giveaways, 50,000 items in 2 years, 52 giveaways. Of course, my jewelry all starts at $1, 9.21 cap shipping. But this is a payback show to you. I want to thank all of you. Because the truth of the matter is, I wouldn't have sold one item if it wasn't for every one of you. So I want to give back. I want to thank you. I hope you'll join me and allow me to celebrate you tomorrow. So thank you so much, Brock, for having me. I appreciate you.
Again, if you don't know who this is, Rustic Rose. Okay.
Thank you.
There she is right there. Rustic Rose Jewelry. She does help shows. She is one of the jewelry. Um, and I might talk to you a little bit further here. Okay.
Yeah,
Um, I'll send you a message. There might be something I might. I'll ask you. I can't guarantee it, but I would like to suggest something to
okay.
some other
Do it.
folks.
Absolutely.
Rustic Rose Jewelry. You guys go check her out. Again, she is one of the most amazing jewelry sellers and definitely a mentor of mine. I look at people that have been on
Hey,
this earth a little bit longer, and they have more knowledge than me. They've been here, they understand, and you take that wisdom and you listen. And that is why I love people like you, because again, you say things that my mind triggers on. Again, I have seizures about once a week. And so my
so sorry.
memory is not always there. And so sometimes it's like a reset every week. Long-term things I remember, but short-term things, even words sometimes I can't say them because I can't articulate them or I can't. And so sometimes I have a hard time. And when somebody like you comes into the room, it really triggers certain thought processes for me, and I love that. And I love hearing and picking other people's brains because we each build on that, right? We're making each other better. This is
Absolutely.
community.
Well,
Just
you
like in the
made me.
Bible, when it talks about when two people gather and talk about Jesus Christ, you're at church. That's what we're doing right here. We're having some whatnot church up in here. You know what I'm saying? And
No better thing.
that's surround yourself with people that are going to push you, make you better. They are not an anchor around your heels. They're not jealous of you. They want to see you succeed, and I want you to want them to succeed. And when you
Absolutely.
surround yourself with those types of people, listen, sky is the limit. Okay. Realize that. And if she said, listen, I will mentor you, you better jump at it and you better take the opportunity because that is her time. She could be spending it with her daughter or grandkids or making more money or outsourcing. But she has said, listen, I'm happy where I'm at. I'm successful where I'm at. And karma will always come back to me. And so if I help you, you'll help somebody else. And we just make this platform a better place. So I
Uh,
absolutely love it.
and this not the platform for sure, but the world, you know?
Mhm.
It's, the little acts of kindness. I really believe in that, and I believe that, we need to support each other. We need to lift each other up. There I don't like to see competition, especially on this platform. There is so much room for all of us, and, I just think that, let's support each other. Let's build
Mhm.
this strong community, this wonderful platform, this wonderful life that we're all blessed to be a part of, and support each other and lift each other up. And you do that for me so much, Brock, and I appreciate you.
Ditto, ditto, ditto.
All
I
right,
love you so much, Diane.
friend.
Have a great
Love
night. Tell your
you.
daughter I said hello, okay?
I will do that. Thank you all. I
Have a
appreciate
great
you.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who rated me? Amazing. Oh, me knows. Me knows. Shauna, thank you so much for your raid. Jewelry seller, also a creator. She does shows where she does live creations. She is an artistic person. She creates amazing pieces of art. 5.0 rating. I've watched her working with newspaper and paper mache. I think is what it was. Has sold over 10,000 items. Again, she started. She came in. We made friends early on. I don't know if I was one of her first shows or anything like that, but absolutely love her. 6.6 thousand followers. I won't tell you to just go follow anybody. I know her. She's amazing. She has a huge watch show on Monday, 7:11 p.m. You guys go check that out. Okay. Listen, if you have any like Rolexes, put that in your title. You have any Bulivas, Timexes? These young girls are loving these Timexes. Elgin's, put that in your title. Definitely will get a great following. Watches are a thing now. So I use a couple things. If you want to talk about seizures a little bit, for me, I keep again, I've always got a bunch of medicine here. It's controlled in some sense. It'll never go away. Um, I don't think. I hope and I pray, but again, I don't let it affect my life. I talk a lot about it. Every show, I say something about it because um, I want people to know that just because something affects you, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be your downfall. It doesn't have to be okay. You can utilize it in a positive way. I use a couple things. Can't even think of what it's called now. The stuff you put on your chest. What is that called? When you have like a cold or something. Uh, you guys know what Vicks. I use Vicks. So, so there's a couple things if you have seizures that will redirect the mind, and one of them is Vicks or a super sour candy. Um, I am so fortunate where I get an aura, but certain smells will re-trigger the mind. Eucalyptus, again, Vicks is one of those, and super sour candy seems to reset the mind. And so, um, and there's a couple other things I do that have really helped in life, and not everybody agrees with it. I don't really care, but for a person like me that has issues, it has helped me. I hate medicines. I hate all drugs. Again, both my parents been in prison pretty much all my life, or in a mental institute for drugs and alcohol abuse, and so I was really against it. But I had a doctor say, "Hey, listen, there's some things that you should try to see if this will level you out," and so it has helped. And that's all I'll say about that. I don't care if you're left or right. This is me. This is what helps me, and so I'm a survivor of domestic violence. Absolutely. Been there, TC. I understand it too. Not only for myself, but I watched a stepmom go through it. And so I get it. I understand. And you broke a cycle. Congratulations. You have a story to share. And there are some amazing hotlines as you get going on this platform. Share those hotlines. You might save somebody's life, might make a woman stronger to walk away out of that situation. Okay. I love it. Yeah, I get an aura. I get about 4 or 5 minutes normally. It's almost like a diabetic will describe a diabetic episode where it's like your sugar levels drop, and that's what I get. Almost like you want to pass out or faint. And I know when I get that feeling that I'm fixing to have one. And I cognitive therapy has helped me a lot in getting those feelings that is so scary. Like you're like, okay, am I going to survive? And telling your mind and your body like it's going to be okay. Get low, let somebody know you're going to be okay, Rock. And so for me, that's what I do. I've had to really work on that cognitive therapy of telling, because a lot of seizure people, what happens is we're so scared of having the next one, right? And so the pressure and the stress of it can make it worse. And so understanding your mind, your body, and how it's working, um, we are created with the ability to handle stress. We're supposed to anyway, but sometimes there's a flaw in there, and so you know, some of us are not able to handle or have had too much, right? And your body's like, listen, you've had enough, you're on overload. I'm going to flip the switch every now and then, just play with you. And so that's what's kind of happened to me, I think. So I've de-stressed my life, sold all the businesses, and and do what I enjoy now. And any kind of stressors, I just deal with it right then and there, and it's done with. Breathing exercise don't work for me. I'm just letting you know. Nope. And I can't, it just doesn't work for me. Like, listen, you better give me some sour candy. You better put some M&Ms in my mouth. You better let me smell some eucalyptus or Vicks because breathing doesn't work for me. And all of us are a little bit different. I hear so many different stories, and you just kind of go through a trial basis as what works. And I have counseling, go through counseling as a man, I realize, listen, I can't handle this on my own. This is not, I'm not going to be able to fix this one, guys. And once you understand, like, listen, it's going to happen. It's all right. You're going to keep on going. And as long as you guys will put up with me not remembering what the heck things are called, we'll be all right. I love it. I love special needs. I love seeing there's a couple folks on Whatnot that definitely have characteristics of special needs, and I love watching their shows and supporting them. One young lady makes bracelets and stuff, and just understand that they are a different mechanism, and so try not to be judgmental. But I love that Special Olympics, any of those things, any cause that humbles you or you have a feeling or you're drawn to. I really, really think you should support and bring knowledge. I don't ever say anybody else's show without approval, so you guys know what I'm talking about. She's so fun sometimes. Brock, look above, Miss Hollywood. You used to babysit me. Hold on. So you know my mom and dad. You know, you know where I come from. Send me a DM. I don't remember you, but I know you probably do. Miss Hollywood. Sandy and Kurt. Yeah. So I was born in the Ozarks. There's somebody in the show right now. I love this. I she knows she'll tell you I'm telling the truth. It's a very small world. Listen, I got somebody last week that was like, listen, I know your cousin here in Joplin, Missouri or Carthage, Missouri. And I'm like, your aunt just passed away. And I'm like, yeah, she did. Where at? How old? I was in diapers. I don't know. You'll have to jog my memory. Was I with my was it before I got taken away? It must have been before I got taken away. If you don't know, I got taken away from DHS. I lived with my mom until she went to prison, and I had a grandmother that stepped in. My dad was in Korea. He came back. DHS pulled me out of the home. I went to live with a dad that was very abusive, and so which also was a drug home as well. And at the age of 17, my wife's family pretty much adopted me, took me in, um, and I never looked back. I went from not going to graduate. I was in the 11th grade and never had passed a class in my life to straight A's. Deer Creek, Oklahoma, one of the hardest schools with some of the richest families, um, took me in. I didn't drive a car till I was 18 years old. Joined the military, become a military police officer, a federal police officer. But I never looked back. you know. Still to this day, don't have a lot of family support. Um, my wife's doesn't either. And so, we were meant to be together for sure. Good night. Good night. Good night. I did live by Webster. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Thank you for coming in. I hope you learned something this evening. Again, if you ever have any questions, concerns, send it to me. I try to respond pretty quickly. Here every Wednesday night. Probably easier just to jump in the show on Wednesday and ask the questions. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you know this. My mom's been in 5 times, and she's been out for the last 6 or 7 years. She now lives in Texas. I don't have anything to do with her, but yeah, dad's in a hospital, and yeah, I don't know what side of the family, but yeah, that's really cool. Grandma Sharon, Grandma Sharon, yeah, how's Shannon? Mm. You talk about Grandma Sharon. Thank you. I hope you've learned something. I'm always here. So Tasha, listen, you might be talking about a sibling. I don't even know. I have got a sister, Tasha. I've got a sister. Oh, I can't even think of her name right now. Very serious. I can't. Um, I have a sister, Melody. I had a sister, Tiffany, and I have another sister. I can't even think of her name. Of course, we're not. Any of us are close, but uh, oh, that's awful. I can't remember her name. Anyway, I do not have a sister named Shannon that I know of. That I know of. All right. Absolutely. It was my pleasure serving this country. Thank you for the recognition. Absolutely. I hope you've learned something. Thank you for your service. Any veterans, any active military, policemen, firemen, nurses, anybody that serves our communities, thank you. I truly appreciate it. It takes a village for this country to be the way it is, right? We live in the best place in the world. I love the United States of America. I'm not too much into politics. I don't go left or right. I know what I fought for, and I know what we as a people represent. That's all that matters. I was with the 72nd Security Forces unit with the Air Force. No, my mom's name is Sandy. Maybe you don't know me. Yeah, my mom's name is Sandy or Sandia, or whatever you want to say. Listen, there might be more to the story. I'm just letting you know. That's what I know. Okay. No worries. DM me. I'm in Oklahoma. Been in Oklahoma most of my life. Born in Missouri, lived in Missouri when I was a baby. It's a possibility. I'm in Shawnee, Oklahoma, right outside Shawnee in a little town called South Rock Creek. Uh, Raised in Deer Creek, Oklahoma. We're about an hour, 45 minutes from Oklahoma City. I am definitely married. Almost 30 years. We've been together for 30 years. I'm 45 years old. We are high school sweethearts. Um, yeah, definitely married. You've been to Windstar and Choctaw. Am I joking when we say we have a ton of slot machines here? Send me a message. We'll see. Again, I do this every Wednesday night. I give hours just helping the community. I absolutely love it. Been on 4 hours. I did a 5 or 6 hour show right before this. Yes, we are definitely blessed. She has definitely put up with me. I married, when I say this, the most gentle, humble, giving, loving person in this world. I've made my mistakes. I've done some stupid stuff. And I'll say this, she has put up with some crap from old Brock. Again, going through what I've gone through, like I broke the mold. It's taken me a few years, to really grow up. And, but without her, I don't know where I'd be. And she is definitely my best friend in this world. Um, and that's what marriage is all about, having a best friend, enjoying going to sleep every night next to her and waking up to her every morning. I absolutely am so lucky. And she treats me like a piece of gold. She cries with me, she laughs with me. Um, but she's definitely my rock. Anybody that's willing to stand outside your shower and make sure you don't fall and kill yourself having a suicide or having a seizure, you know what I'm saying? Um, she is definitely amazing. She's definitely she is one of those people that works behind the scenes. She does not want to be seen or recognized. She will go off to the kitchen and do her thing. She wants no credit for anything. She just likes her Louis Vuitton purses. Other than that, we're good. Listen, our frontal lobes do not develop as fast as women's. Just saying. I'm going to blame it on that. God created us with a little bit slower frontal lobe development. True story. Again, if you're just coming in, we'd love to help you. If you have any questions, concerns, even if we've already answered them, do not hesitate to ask those. There's amazing sellers in the room right now. Also, if you'd love to be co-hosted and introduce yourself to the platform, what you got going on, what you got coming up, I'd love to co-host you. Um, you can stay on as little or as long as you want. You know what I'm saying? But we love meeting new or anybody on the platform. You know what I'm saying? We make it really easy. Yeah, men making excuses. You know how it is. She's both my frontal lobes. Oh, she keeps me level sometimes. How do you track inventory cost? So this is what I would recommend to you as a new seller. Set up a bank account just for whatnot, all your ins and outs. Okay. When I do inventory, I buy bulk. There's no way for me, and I'm not going to sit here and write down. I do an average price per piece. So if I buy 50,000 pieces and I spend $1 a piece, okay, that's my average cost. So normally for me, if I buy 50,000 pieces and I spend $5,000, I do a calculation of cost per piece. um, but I don't sit here. There would be no way that I want to sit here and keep track of inventory. What I do is try to keep count and track of all incoming and out all going funds. One bank account, again, get with a good tax agent or CPA and let him tell you what write-offs you can use that account for as far as entertainment, partial if you're using an office in your home, gas and vehicle cost, insurance cost, traveling cost. If you go down and you're buying stuff and you got to go eat, right? That's a write-off. If you're using your car to drive there, that's a write-off. And so, but using one account will really help you keep track of your actual income. So at the end of the year, if you make over a certain amount and whatnot, they're going to send you a 1099, and that 10 or yeah, 1099. you're going to have to show the IRS when you file your taxes. Yeah, this is what it shows I made, but these are all my expenditures. Again, professional help. I'm not a legal CPA or an accountant or anything like that. But for huge, again, we had a huge business. uh, Spend a little bit of money and have somebody else do your taxes that is certified. Get that knowledge. It's definitely worth it versus paying into the IRS money you didn't need or shouldn't have paid. Oh, this is one fact when me and Rustic Rose were talking about, as far as sharing your shows. If somebody gives you permission to share your show, don't just say, I have a jewelry show tomorrow at 9 p.m. Okay, great. So does 50 other people. Okay. When somebody gives you permission to share your show, listen, I've got a piece of Joliana I'm going to run at 9:30. I have an amazing show tomorrow starting at 9 o'clock. I'd love to have you there. Okay. Put out some information. Don't just say, oh, I've got a show tomorrow. Nobody's going to care. Put out some information with that. Okay. Pokemon, very crowded space. Have no idea about Pokemon. My son does. I don't. I hope it's a great show. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. Okay. I hope you've been watching other sellers that sell Pokemon and how they do it. I run one auction that automatically numbers. Sometimes a button on the screen says run next item. How do I edit? Okay, hold on. Let's switch you around. So your screen probably looks something like this. Yeah. So you go up here and you're going to auction, right? Product actions. Okay. Says start auction, right? Underneath that, it'll say edit item. You can change weight, you can change prices, and then just push confirm. Okay, now you've just changed it. Say you want to go back, you'll have to change it again. But once you make that change, then you can start auction. Okay. Once that auction ends, you want to change it back to whatever you want it to be. Change in shipping. Make sure that you have set up several different shipping profiles. Okay. So let me jump on this other phone and I'll show you. Again, I'll have these little shipping brochures for you guys. They should be here this week. So next Wednesday, come in. It's the best $4 you'll ever spend. Pretty much just covers my cost. We sold 350 of them in like 2 shows. And so I ran out super quick. But I have some strategies, okay, for you guys. Shipping is going to look like this. Again, when you're setting up shipping profiles, set up several of them. So on your phone, scoot this around. You'll go to Seller Hub. Okay. Again, create you several of these. Seller Hub. Okay. Up at the top right hand corner, you're going to see 3 little lines. Click on those 3 little lines. Scroll down. Okay. Shipping settings. Every one of these shipping profiles you create for yourself will automatically show up on your shows. Okay. So you're going to scroll on shipping profiles. Click on shipping profiles. These are all ones I've created for myself. Okay. And all you do is go up to the plus sign, create a new one, name it 1 pound, 2 pound, 3 pound, 4 pound, 5 pound, flat rate, priority, whatever it is you want to name it. That way you know what it is. But you can edit that and change to whatever profile meets that item, just like I just showed you. Okay. Again, Seller Hub, create you a bunch. Don't just have one. Seller Hub, Seller Hub, top right hand corner, 3 little lines. Scroll down, shipping settings. Okay. Shipping profiles, plus sign, create you a bunch of those. Any of those you create will automatically show up in your shows. Hope that helped. Hold on. Shows. Open show. Sorry. Switch you around real quick. Will you show your postal scale? Which one would you like to see, Linda? I have a big one that sits on my floor. Okay. I have a big one that sits on my floor. Switch. Okay. And I also have a small one. I actually have a couple small ones. Okay. This one is okay. My little round one, it actually will allow more weight on it. Okay. And it's more compact. Okay. So those are two little small ones I use. Then I have a big one for heavy packages. You won't have the seller platform till you've done your first show. Yeah, I think that you guys need to go through and do your rehearsal mode. I think it's a requirement now. I'm not for sure. It's been a minute, but go through rehearsal mode. Make sure you do all that and set up. Also realize there's $150 on here available, up to $150 for doing your first show. Okay. And you can use my referral code if you'd like, or whoever's. Okay. But if you use that, you can get up to $150. There's some minimum requirements. You'll see them. Okay. Invite all your friends. Okay. You have a code as well. Send all your friends your little code. That way they get 15 bucks and you get $5 for each one of them that comes on the platform and buys something. After you finish your show, can you check to see if you're going to get stuck with shipping coverage? Normally, what happens when you go to create your label, you'll see what's an overage. And so let me see here. It'll tell you. So normally what happens is if you've miscalculated your ounces or your ounces, realize what shipping does is you're telling the platform every time you start an auction, you've created a profile to fit that item's weight and needs. Okay. So those profiles I just showed you to create, every time you're saying, hey, listen, this weighs 2 ounces. This weighs an ounce. This weighs 6 ounces. Well, whatnot goes, okay, we're going to put all those together. Now, how many ounces are we at? Okay. And so once you hit 16 ounces and over, if you've miscalculated, you're definitely going to get some charges. Okay. But before you ever create that label, it's going to tell you, listen, Gina, you owe us an extra $4. Okay. So that is why it's so, so important that you ship and you create those profiles for yourself. You are able to unbundle for heavy sellers. You are able to unbundle. You are also able, when you create those shipping profiles, to tell it to only put one item per package. So go through there when you're creating those profiles and read. If you don't understand what you're doing, go YouTube it. There are so many amazing folks. Um, Hold on. I'll add. So I don't need to recreate the wheel here. Let me see if I can find her. There you go. Trustworthy information. There you go. She's also a host on the platform. She's amazing, great knowledge. She sells a lot of bulkier, heavier, flat rate, priority stuff. She does bundling with off foods, not like off, but like stuff from like other countries. And so she's got it down as a science. Again, when you're creating these profiles, there's a lot of help and things out there. Again, it doesn't always fit all of our needs. So you got to play with it and make sure that when you're setting up these profiles, they fit your needs. Okay. How most of these people, 90% of these people I listen to, they're teaching because they send heavy items. Most of my boxes are under 16 ounces. And so how they set it up here definitely doesn't work for me. This is how mine is set up. It should. Create another profile, go through there and make sure that you have that set up correctly. Okay, go watch that video. Okay, go watch the video. Make sure that you've set up your profiles. She's great. Bunny is awesome. She'll really explain in detail in a kindergarten level. People like me that need it in kindergarten level. ST, what was the thing? You've never done what? Okay, so right now I have a $10. Yeah, so giveaways, when you do a giveaway, you as a seller covering the cost of that shipment. Okay. If you do a giveaway, you are covering the cost of that shipment. And you've told, it's just like an auction, you've told Whatnot what the actual weight of that giveaway is. Okay. Understand that. In Whatnot, it's better to tell it to undercharge than to overcharge. Okay. Um, so the biggest thing for folks is shipping. Master it, understand it. Once you get it down, it's so stinking easy. You'll be like, oh, go watch Bunny. Okay. She really breaks it down for you. If you still have questions, holler at me. But she has a lot of visuals. And so it really is very helpful. And that's why I chose her video to share. Again, there's some amazing, huge sellers out there, but I like the visuals on this one for you guys. Do I have any brochures to sell? Let me see. I'm going to put them up and you guys are going to take them all. I'm keeping one for myself. This is all I have out of 350. I will let one more go. I have one, two, three, four of them. It'll be first come, first serve. That's all I got to say. Let me go into my inventory right now. So let me turn this around real quick. I'll show you guys. Inventory. Okay, these are all the items I've created for my inventory. These are what we consider quality listings. Click on your name, you'll go to inventory. Okay. All of my items will show up. Okay. Now, it only shows 20 per page. So you have to go down here to the bottom left and you can click show to 100. And what will happen here is it will show 100 per page. Understand that you have to take all these quality listings. See what I just did there? And I have to tell it to throw it into a show. Add to show. They do not automatically show up in there. Oh, no, cancel. Don't delete them. Hold on. I'm going to throw this in the show real quick. And you can be specific and say, listen, I only want to do that. There's four of them there. Okay. There's only four. Okay. And what I'm doing is I'm fixing to throw this into my show. Okay. I've just told it what show to put it in. Scroll down. These are all my scheduled shows coming up. Push add to show. Now, let's say you have a bunch of inventory and you're like, listen, I forgot if I put this in my show or not. Or I have 900 items, or I've created, I'm not really for sure. It will not duplicate. So if you've already put it in your show, it will not duplicate that. Okay. So I can go ahead right now, even though these are all of my shows already, add to show. Okay. I already know they're all in there. Okay. Okay. And it will show in progress. You determine the quantity that you have available. Okay. 777. Is he not speaking? Here we go. And so again, that brochure is the best thing I've probably done on the platform and helping people. And they're not cheap to make. I hate that I have to charge for them, but I'm just not at a point where I'm like, listen, I can give these away for free. And it would be a nuts doing so because addresses and stuff like that. But it's an amazing little help tool. It's physical. You can put it in your hand. You can look at it. Again, you're more than welcome to screenshot this. If you'll just take your words off real quick, scroll your words off, and I'll take a minute where you can screenshot it. I want you to have it. It's not about charging any kind of funds or money or anything like that. But it's also nice to have just a physical item when you're doing it. Go, okay, this is step one, step two. Okay, you ready? This is setting up your profiles and shipping. Don't just do one, do several. Okay, do several of these. This is how I set up mine. Okay, this is how the big sellers will teach you to set up if you're sending a lot of like flat rate or priority boxes over a pound. This is what they'll tell you to do. Me, no. Okay. Realize that every before you ever create that label, you can edit and change the weights and dimensions. Okay. And sometimes I played with it just to see, but if it's under 16 ounces, listen, nothing's going to happen. If you go from 4 ounces up to 15 ounces, there's not going to be any kind of overcharge. Okay. First class mail, if you're sending stickers or anything in that flat envelope or standard envelope, okay, that's how you set it up. Domestic, 1 to 5 pounds. Domestic, 5 pounds plus. Best practices. Okay. My favorite people, some of my best friends on the platform. Listen, I have a lot of friends, but these are people that come in and mod for me, spend a lot of time helping my community, help me. Again, as people I surround myself with. And there's Miss Jane. We're going to put Miss Jane on there. Wendy Whatnot's helped me out. Um, there's so many just amazing people. Lady K, that good, Faye West Designs. Okay. Second Life Treasures. You guys go check them out. YouTube channel, Star 988, Suicide Prevention. I sign it for you. People wanted me to sign it. There you go. Honest opinion, did it help you? Honest opinion, did you like in the chat? Don't just tell me what I want to hear. Like if there's ever something you think that I need to change or edit or alter or to think about, DM me. I won't ever take offense to it, but I like honest opinions. This is just how I do it. This is how I felt might help. But if there's something that helps you or you think that I've left out, again, this is only my second run of these. And so, okay. Would you sell on show screen? Apple Pay. Crew, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't ever sell anything off the platform. I tell people to set their payment type up as PayPal on the platform. I think it's an extra layer of protection between you and the buyer or you and the seller. Okay. So again, if you just add your card to the platform, you have an issue. It's Whatnot in that card agency. Sometimes a card issuing card agency can take forever. If you set up PayPal, guess what? You got Whatnot, PayPal, and your card that you've assigned to PayPal. So you've got three options instead of two, if that makes sense. Pat, hold on real quick. Are you selling jewelry? Uh-oh, you see the yawns. They don't lie. Also, a little piece of advice for anybody on the platform. If you're looking at buying something out of a bin, go into one of their upcoming shows and see if the item's shipping is cheaper than buying it straight out of their bin. this happens to me where people will come into my bin during the week and find this and they spend $4 in shipping versus if they would have just clicked on one of my shows and bought it out of one of my shows, it would have been 74 cents. So always check that. I've asked, I don't know why, but that's how the setup is. Um, so right now I'm looking at your nickel mini airs. It shows $4.80 shipping. I really think, Pat, you could get away with sending that first class mail, just so you know. That nickel, I think, would go through I think it would go through a scanner and you'd be fine. They make a little envelope. These are for cards, and I send a lot of these first class mail. Okay. They're called a ding defend. Okay. These are scannable. I think you could just put this in this envelope and seal it, and it would go through that with no problem. And you can make it 74 cents versus the $4.80. Uh-oh. I'm looking just a couple of your items here. Let me go ahead and look in your show what it shows. Buy it now. What did you set your ounces at on this? Shipping on this piece of turquoise is $5.58. Again, if you can keep what I would do is on your jewelry, I'd go in there and set the profile up as 1 or 2 ounces, understanding that as long as you stay under those 16 ounces, that it doesn't matter. But I'd much rather you make the ounces less weight than too much weight. Okay. Really entices the buyer to come in there and buy it. Man, there's some beautiful items in here too. Thank you. Pin envelopes. Again, encyclopedia of information about buy it now. Throughout the week, you ever wonder what I use or what's going on? That's everything right there. Okay. 110 pack shipping trading cards, self adhesive mailers is what this is. Let's see, pin. But just go in there again, encyclopedia of information. I'd love for you to buy it from me. I mark it up. I'm honest, 11, 12%. Hope that helped. Yeah, you'll have to edit the listing itself and make sure that the profile that you're selecting for that item is the actual item. Okay, so you'll edit the item, but before you edit the item, you have to make sure that the profile, that shipping profile that you've created is correct, right? You can edit the item, but if the information that you're trying to tell what not to use isn't there, then there's no point. So go in there and create a shipping profile, okay, for 2 ounces. Okay. That is what I would do. And then go in there and edit the item and select that 2 ounce profile you've collected, especially on jewelry. Okay. They probably sold out. Own it. I will have more. We sold 350 of them. There will be more. I will put them in my bin. Again, when they come in, check my bin every now and then, but come into my live show, any live show, and buy it out of a live show versus my bin because the shipping, one will be 74 cents and the other one will be like $4. Okay. And it has nothing to do with me. It's a whatnot setup. And I think they kind of have that set up so that people aren't manipulating the bins to get to their 1,000, right? I think. I don't know. to all current shows, last over £5. Listen, for jewelry though, that's going to kill. Just being honest with you, that'll really deter people from buying anything if you've set everything at flat rate shipping. You're forcing people to pay the 921. Okay. Using your phone is the easiest. Click account, bottom right, click seller hub, bottom middle, click three lines, top right, scroll down to shipping settings, click on shipping settings. Okay. And you'll see there where it says profiles. You're going to create a profile. I want you to set that profile at 2 ounces. And then once you click add, it will automatically show up as one of your options in your show. These are what's turned on for me. Okay. This is how I set up my jewelry profile. You will have a lot of people that teach you this right here. This doesn't work for me. We're jewelry people, and so we're normally staying under 16 ounces. And so I definitely want to show the cheapest rate possible up front to my buyers. That way they buy more and bid more, and I get them involved faster. Okay. So if you send me sockets and tools, I've never done a show. I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee anything for anybody, but you'll probably want to send that flat rate box because it's going to be super heavy. Something I'm willing to try. You know what I'm saying? Snap on. Listen, Snap on do killer. My knives and stuff normally do really good. Anything men's tools, yeah, you'd want to send that though. The cost is going to be the 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 shipment, and so it'd be about how much can you get in a flat rate box. Thank you. I hope you've learned something, Anna. There you go. If something weighs 10.5, but what you're going to do is you're going to be able to edit that from, again, every time you start a new auction, what you're doing is you're telling whatnot what it weighs. And so if you edit that to a different profile, example, you set up a profile at 2 ounces. You select that shipping profile to start this at 2 ounces. All right, now all of a sudden I've gone to a 5 pound tub of gel. Okay. I edit the listing and tell it, hey, listen, this is now 5 pounds. So they're going to take the 5 pounds and they're going to add the 2 ounces. They're going to bundle it together. And that's how they determine what you should use. Again, before you ever create that label, you can go in there and edit that label. Okay. Pat, did you buy anything? Let me see. Let me look my orders real quick. Anybody buy two things tonight? Looks like everybody bought one. That's marketplace. Let me go to seller help. Hold on. And so if you do consignment with me, I charge a 25% flat fee. Okay. And that includes I I'm paying the whatnot fees. So I lose about 12% to whatnot, and the rest I make. But it's $25, 25% flat fee. Um, I do all the shipping, I sell it. There's a written contract between me and you. Seeing if anybody bought two items, which I don't see anybody. Plata Reyes, do you want me to read your Zoltar card? You're still in here. If not, I'll send it to you in the mail. Whew. TC. Let me look. I was wanting to show her something. TC, let me look. TC, do you mind if I like show her using your account? Like, I'm not going to show you personal information or anything like that. But if for some reason I accidentally show your username, like, okay, thank you. Again, whatnot, user TCC. I've had somebody report me and helping and showing. I try to be as careful as I can, but as long as I have your permission, I'll be fine. Again, I'll try to block out any kind of personal information or anything like that. It doesn't show any kind of financials or anything like that. So I'm gonna flip you around real quick, okay? Pat, are you in here? So the very first item you can see, again, this is under what I've done is I've gone up here. I go to orders, right? These are sold items. What comes up is the page of all the items that have sold. Okay. All the items that sold. The very first one is TCC. So I'm going to click on the gray area. Okay. Click on the gray area over to my right hand side, and I'm going to cover it up here. Okay. You'll see all their information come up. Okay. TCC. Okay. I'll take you off screen just for a second here so I can scroll down. You're going to click on view shipment. Okay. See where that says view shipment? Okay. Again, cover up her information and it says edit shipping details. Again, you can unbundle it, okay, if you want to, but I'm not going to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on edit shipping details real quick. She bought two things. Okay, now I can show you all this. So see where this pops up. Again, she bought two items. All right. I can change this. See how it says 1.5 ounces? Again, no adjustments. Okay. If you adjust or owe money, you're going to see an adjustment that comes out of your pocket. But what happens? I want to give this kind of this showing here real quick. Get off my screen there. So watch what happens. And this one's going to be a little bit different because I've created, this is going to be a standard envelope, but that's all right. We'll change it to 864. We're going to make this 10 ounces. Again, this one's going to be a little bit different. Normally, as long as you're under 16 ounces, it's not going to charge you any more money. But see how that worked? It says, hey, listen, you screwed up and you owe us another $4.39. Again, that's going to come out of my pocket. So that is why it's so important to set up those shipping profiles correctly. Let me take you off screen for just a second. I'm going to go to a different profile. Miss Hollywood, are you in here? Miss Hollywood, are you in here? Yeah. Do you mind if I kind of show yours? Again, I won't show any personal information or anything like that, but there might be like an order number there that gets a glimpse at. But as long as you're okay with it, you agree to allow me to use yours to kind of show, yours is going to be the best one to utilize to kind of show her what's going on. So Miss Hollywood bought two items. Okay. Let me take you off screen real quick. She did you mind did you mean to buy two Apexels, by the way? If you didn't mean to, just go in, click on activity, click on the item, and you can request a cancellation. Looks like you bought two, so I don't know if you need to. Kimberly, it's so interesting. Okay, so she bought two items, and this is why I want to show you. Again, I'm gonna cover up her name and stuff. Let's flip you guys around. Okay, she bought two items, two Pexels. Again, I clicked on the little gray area, the order. Again, you don't click on anything else, just click on the gray area, and this will pop up on the right hand side. Okay. You're going to go to edit shipping details. Okay. Now watch this. See how this item says 1.5? Don't owe any extra money. Watch what happens when I change it to 15 ounces. I don't owe any money. I've stayed under 16 ounces. Okay. She spent $4 on shipping. I spent 16 cents. Totally worth it. No worries. Okay. Now watch what happens when I hit 16. I now owe $5. As long as you stay under that 16 ounces on that jewelry, you guys, you're golden. I come in here and I change it just to meet the needs of the box. Takes me a whole 2 seconds, right? A lot of sellers will teach you, listen, it's okay. Just send it like it is. Just send it like it is. No worries. Put 12, 12, 12 on it. And if you set it up as 1 ounce or 2 ounces, just ship it like it is. I'm an accurate person, and so I go in and I actually change it to the actual weight that it is. It takes me a whole 2 seconds. You don't get any money back, bougie. You don't get any money back. That's what I'm saying. It's better to be as accurate as possible. Okay. Your shipping ground, priority, or flat rate, add those options. Now, again, let me show you guys something else here. Let me find her again. Okay. Okay, Miss Hollywood, Hollywood again. I'm gonna flip you around real quick. Again, all you're gonna do, okay, all you're gonna do is click on the gray area. Again, this doesn't show anybody's personal information or anything like that. You're gonna click on the gray area. Okay, when you go in to do your shipping, you're gonna click on the gray area. Okay. And by clicking on the gray area, that little thing on the side will come up. Okay. Cover up her name again real quick. Okay. You're going to click on that gray area. This will pop up. You're going to go to edit. You're going to go to edit. Okay. And you have options to play with. Okay. You can say, hey, listen, I want to use a flat rate box. Tell it what box size you want. Okay. Okay. If you have a bunch of stuff and you're like, listen, I'm going to use a flat rate. Okay. So you get the ability to change and play with things, but it's so important when you're setting up those profiles that you give yourself the option to select what profile you want what not to charge the buyer, and that's where a lot of people mess up. Don't worry about it. Don't stress about it, Pat. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Don't worry about it. You'll be okay. You might not get all you're going to do is miss out on a few bids, maybe at worst case scenario. People will spend more money on shipping and it's just fine. You've got it set up to protect yourself, but to really entice people to bid more and buy more and to get involved, setting up those shipping profiles is very, very important. TCC, a lot of these big sellers will say, listen, don't worry about it. Again, you're using what not to do your shipping. It's actually Shippo. They have a contract with Shippo, not USPS. And those ratings are based on the Shippo contract with USPS. But what happens is I don't want to ever, I'm accurate. I don't want my buyer to ever get a package and for somebody at the the postal system say, hey, listen, they didn't change the weights and we don't know what this Shippo thing is. And we're feel like they owe $4 or $5. So I'm just as accurate as possible. And you don't really have to change the 12, 12, 12, but I definitely change my weights. They do allow 5 free adjustments per week, okay? And within reason is what I should say. If the adjustment is huge, you're gonna pay for it, okay? If it's over like 4 or $5, they normally make you pay for it, and it might be even cheaper, I'm not for sure. Yeah, and it leaves a very bad taste in your mouth. You're like, "Listen, I don't wanna do that again. I didn't incorporate that into my cost, and it just leaves a bad taste." And so just be accurate. Again, in everything you do, just try to be accurate. Just because somebody teaches you a way that 90% of the time works, 10% of that, it's not worth it. Again, there's some settings you can set and not have any worries. But as far as weights, I try to make sure that I'm accurate. Again, if the package comes up missing, you know, I just really careful that way my buyer never gets an adjustable cause or adjustable or flagged package. Bougie, thank you so much for the tip. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Again, I don't do this for tips. I definitely thank you so much. You don't ever have to do that to get a call out or anything like that in my shows. It kind of makes me feel weird, people tipping me. So, but thank you. Goes to Momo treats is what I tell people. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Wow, you got a new phone. Have you figured it all out? So every package up to $100 is automatically covered. Just so you know, you ship a package, it's automatically covered. Go to USPS.com and put in a lost package. What happens is that lost package goes to that local postmaster. They get a list every day of all the lost packages that they're required to go find. If they can't find it, they'll put in lost or they'll transfer it over to the last center that it was scanned. Okay. Um, you can file a claim with Shippo, put in that tracking number and start you a claim on USPS.com. Okay. But your packages are automatically covered up to $100 in insurance. Oh, thank you so much. Is the 17 Pro Max in orange? I have no idea. Well, I don't keep up with all the newest technologies. I can write in HTML code. Even I've had a lot of computer experience and do a lot of things, but it's like asking me if that's a 2025 Tahoe. I don't know. I own a Tahoe. I love it. You know what I'm saying? It works. When it comes to renewal of phones, I let my wife do all that. Yeah, I love computers and I can do a lot and write in different coding and I understand some of the vulnerabilities and stuff like that. I actually use the other platform to create, like when you go in to create listings, you can use that other platform to really plug and play as far as HTML coding, and then plug and play it into others. And so they've made it super easy. So again, I use that other platform a lot to HTML code stuff. Exactly. I let my wife do all that. Other settings on any phone that you can make the text and stuff bigger. I always am on my laptop, so as my eyes, as you can tell, I'm always looking kind of to the, and it probably drives y'all nuts. But I'm always looking over at my computer, okay, because it's bigger, and this is kind of like my brains of the operation. Okay, I start everything, I do everything from over here on my computer. So if that ever happens, what you do is write them. It's not worth losing a customer. Explain the situation that you're new, you made a mistake, and listen. If you'll come buy something else for me, I'll make it right and go above and beyond to compensate or give you something extra. That's what I do. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for that tip. You're amazing. Again, goes to Momo Treats, the doggy treats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you so much. I hope I've helped you. I hope I helped everybody at least get your mind rolling and thinking. You know what I'm saying? It makes me feel a certain way. I don't know. In life, I have had to fight and struggle and figure things out on my own. And I feel like for everything and every dollar, I need to earn it, if that makes sense. And so it does. It makes me feel weird. I don't know why, but thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope again we're always here on Wednesday nights, folks. I'm going to jump off. It's about midnight. I normally spend more time. I know that, but we've been on for about 5 hours, and I did a 6 hour show before this, and so I'm getting a little tired. Don't want to push myself too much. Know that we are here. I'm going to run a giveaway for you guys, so stick around. Okay, giveaway is running. Again, we follow all state and federal laws. If you would like the terms of service or understand the guidelines to that giveaway, I can definitely send you a link. Just DM me. Normally, it will be in my show. Just a little bit of information there. But again, we do follow all state and federal regulations on giveaways. I only do a follower giveaway, so you're no purchase necessary whatsoever. If you're ever in my shows, understand I do a $1 start and I reserve no minimum, $4 max shipping, no matter how many items you buy from me. Uh, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of me. I hope I've taught. I've got your brain thinking. Again, star 988 suicide prevention hotline is man 24 hours a day. Amazing folks there, professional counselors, doctors. Again, we all go through peaks and valleys in life, and it's okay to let people know that you're struggling. Don't be afraid to say, "Hey, listen, I'm going through some times. I'm got some weirdness, funk going on." Let people know. Everybody in this world has somebody that cares. And I would say this: if you don't think you do, I do. If you don't think there's people out there, call star 988. You can call them anonymously and say, "Listen, being a person that has struggled with depression and been through the shit in life, sorry for the language, it is what it is. I get it and I understand it. And it is definitely part of what makes beauty. And God did it for me for a reason because I also have a child that went through it and crawled up in my lap one night and said, Dad, I'm done. You know, and if I hadn't been through what I had been through, I don't know if I could have been able to help her. And so, again, star 988 suicide prevention hotline, you know, and the courage it took for a young lady and knowing that she had a dad that would fix it, or find her folks that would fix it. Anytime somebody comes with you and says, hey, listen, thank you for having the courage. Thank you for being powerful enough to speak up. That is step one. And from then on, you can manage it, you can figure it out, you can get the help. Um, so know that that's there. Put the arms around people that you love, let them know that they matter, give them a call, reach out, fix the things that you can fix. Again, life is super short, and we are here to love on one another. We are here for relationships, um, and that's meaning. That is purpose. And wake up every day and realize it's a new day, and you're in control. You can find happiness no matter how dark or deep that room is. I promise you, it has a window, and you can open that window as fast or as slow as you want. God created you with a purpose, for a purpose. And no matter if you're 10 or 99 years old, there's still purpose and reason for you to be here. And so wake up every day wanting to make a difference in this world, and you can do it. I thank you. I appreciate you guys. There's a minute left, 51 people in this room. Again, spread the word. If you ever need anything, holler at me, okay? If you'd like to co-host, think about it. Come back in next Wednesday and say, listen, I'd love to co-host. I'd love for you to meet me. As you do this, be yourself. Take this journey, have fun, enjoy it. Okay. And everything should come natural. Okay. You don't have to pretend to be anybody else but yourself. Okay. Thank you, Bougie. Thank you guys, all of you. Have an amazing evening, amazing week, and I will see you soon. Drop in my show, say hello. You don't ever have to buy anything or feel like there's any kind of pressure. Just stop in, watch me for a little bit, and you'll understand how I do things. And I hope that it helps you and it makes you more powerful and more knowledgeable on the platform. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God is good and God is good all the time. Okay, realize that. And our giveaway winner is going to be, so one of the items you're going to get, I'm required to show you one of your items. We are going to give you, you're going to get some other stuff too, but we're going to give you these beautiful Native American little polar bear earrings. Okay. Those are coming to you. Sorry I didn't run more gibbies tonight. Put that in there for you. Give you one, and we'll add some other stuff in there. Okay. And that went to ANGIL loves to shop. I know you. I know you. Thank you so much. I'm going to rate into somebody. Thank you. Probably Zuni. Yeah. Fetishes. Exactly. I couldn't think of the word. Thank you. God is good and God is good all the time. Thank you guys. Have an amazing evening. All right, Jordan. Let me see. Gold Lux, Designer 77, Blanca. Listen, I'm going to throw you into Blanca's show.